Okay, hello YouTube, I am back. It's Justin, your electronics, antique, and paranormal investigator guy, and instrument repair. So I am back. Sorry about what happened earlier there. I'm just gonna set up my homemade tripod here. Sorry if my hand's in the way. Just using and everything's set here. Okay. Sorry about my hand being in the way. Just trying to get this darn camera to stay in one spot. Okay, there, that's it. All right. So today what I got, I'm just gonna move a little bit. I'm gonna tilt this just a little bit so you'll be able to see me a little bit easier. Okay, there we go. So if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. If you like the video, hit the thumbs up down below. Turn on notifications, which is the bell down here. Today what I got for us is another piano accordion repair. So what this is it's a complete accordion. I'll show you all the reeds here. So we got this reed block. So as you can see, this one has been replaced. Now all these reeds are in pretty good shape, but they need to be cleaned. New leathers need to be put on. They need to be re-honey waxed. So what I use, it's like in my other video here, I just gotta carefully move this away so it doesn't accidentally bump the camera and move the camera. What I have here is one I'm already working on. I'm gonna get this Tupperware out of the way, make things much easier for you to see. So what I have here is a reed block where there'll never be reeds on this side because those are gone. Hello, Mr. or Mrs. Robinson, how's it going? So this is a reed I've already put on. It just needs to be waxed in place. So all those reeds will be back in. These ones fell out when the accordion was dropped at one point. So all those reeds were damaged to the point where they couldn't be fixed. So they're long gone. So that sound register will never be back until some other accordion repair comes along to do the repair, okay? So this side here where the no reeds are, no reeds ever go there. That's where you use your fingers and you can lift up the reed like that without touching the other reeds. Because, you know, so what I have for a tool, that the tool I use to reseat the reeds in place, that re-liquefies the actual wax. Now this wax, which is, I'm gonna see if I can show you on camera here, that wax right there, that's from another accordion's reed block, from donor reeds. And I have a whole bunch of them here actually. I got this reed block. This is from a Titano accordion. This one we're working on here is a Crucianelli, 120 bass, 3 reed in the front, 2 bass reeds, reed blocks in the back. Now the bass reeds are good, no problems there. It's just the right piano side that got really damaged. This is what the base of the Titano looks like. There's no reeds on this block because I already took them off, but there's a bunch of wax. Okay. I'll show you one reed block for the base that has all the reeds. So there's that side. There's that side. Now this reed blocks is in this one's in good shape, but the reason I can't use these reeds is because every accordion, unless it just happens to be another Crucianelli 3 reed, piano, 120 bass piano accordion, they're all different tunes, tuned to a different sound. So you can't just swap them out. There'd have to be the exact right tuning. You have to have the tuning equipment, and it's just a lot of work. If I had the tuning equipment though, I would do it. But I just don't have that kind of equipment. But what I do have is a tool that'll allow me to remove reeds and put reeds back on the block in the correct order. So what I use, oops, don't worry, nothing broke. That was just the little thing that the device sits on. Solder iron. Wore out solder iron. The bit's wore out, but it still gets very hot and it can melt things. So I can use it to melt the wax. Okay? So it's very good. It does a good job. It does a job I need it to do. So I'm not going to melt any wax right now because I'll tell you right now, here, I'll move this out of the way so you can see them. And I'll also move all these leathers out of the way so you can see the reeds. Those leathers don't need to be in the view camera. They don't need to, here's some more tools I can get out of the way. This pen doesn't need to be here. I'm gonna try to get this out of the cameras. There. There, how's that? That looks better. So now you can see all these reeds, okay? All these reeds are in the exact position I need it, and the reed has to be facing downwards. This is 120 bass piano accordion reed block. That's what this is. And these are all the reeds that came off the blocks. I'll lift one of them up because I don't want to mix these up. That's the actual reed itself. They don't have the leathers on. And when I talk about leathers, I'm talking about these guys right here. These are leathers off an accordion. Now these are good leathers, like all this big pile of leathers I just moved out of the way, those are good leathers from another accordion that was completely broken, couldn't be fixed, but had good parts. So this block is perfectly fine, except that I'm missing all of those reeds. They're gone. But this side, I have all the reeds for this side, which are all these reeds here. So these are piano accordion reeds. And this is the block that the reeds mount to. And all these little squares here, opening, is when you open and close the bellows, the air blows through that. And when it blows, when you push on the bellows, that pushes air through these. And when you pull on the bellows, it pulls the air through those and sucks on those like a vacuum cleaner. And that makes the outer sound. So outer sound, inner sound. So this is a very expensive accordion. This accordion was hand-tuned, hand-built, and it cost around $6,800, brand new, back in 1960s. So now, that same accordion could be around $8,000 to $9,000 in mint condition. And that means like not one single reed being out, not a single leak in the bellows, all the buttons, all the keys are perfect, no scratches anywhere on the accordion, like just everything absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, this accordion isn't in that kind of condition. But all that off to the side, it's still a very nice instrument and it can be fixed. This will be the very first time I actually attempt to replace the wax and replace leathers and fully take the reeds off a block of 120 bass piano accordion. I've actually never done this before. I've done it to the diatonic. You guys saw that one, and that one didn't turn out. It made some sounds, but did not play. My 120 bass red Regal accordion, which I played for you guys, that one sounded good. That one's in good shape. But this accordion would be nice to have working because this is a very high-end, deep bass accordion. Ooh, that just had a power spike. How was your day? Oh, my day was pretty good. Got some more cell phone repairs in for customers. Been doing a lot of uploading on, a little bit of like uploading on YouTube. Just a few videos there that I was trying to get uploaded so they would be there for not customers, my mistake, for viewers to be able to view. Because there's a few videos that I put up and I noticed that they weren't fully uploaded, or for some reason there was no views because the views couldn't click on the video and see them because you just get an error when you click on it. So I fully updated it and got it uploaded and updated and everything ready to roll, and we're good to go. So if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. If you like the video, hit the thumbs up down below, turn on notifications, and that'd be very nice. I also want to say thanks to the 7 subscribers. That's awesome. We're growing, and the fams are growing, and everybody's coming along. I'm getting a lot of views. I'm getting a lot of subscribers, and I can tell that a lot of people like these videos, so that's good. And I will make some newer videos, some like different kind of videos from the videos I have now. It's just I've been getting a lot of these accordions for repair, and it's nice to have them on YouTube so people can actually see how easy it really is to fix an accordion. If you take your time and you're really careful, it's not hard to fix these. It really isn't. And there's only one way that this reed goes. You can put it upside down, but there's a way to find out which way it really goes. So this accordion here, let's see if I can show you this on. I'll show you a reed, but up here in this corner, there's a line that goes across the metal. The other side, there's no line. The side with no line is the bottom side that goes down below. The one that goes on the upper side is with the line. So I'm going to show you the line here, what I'm talking about. Let's see if I can show it on camera. You can see the line right here that goes across. That's the upper side. You always put it on the upper side. Sometimes they'll have like a little T right in the middle there, an in-groove T. Sometimes I'll have 2 lines or 1 line in the middle, marking the upper side. So it's always nice when they mark the side where you put it on the upside or the downside, and you know where you're going with that. But when they don't do that and there are no marks, yes, it can get mixed up. The only real way though it won't work is if you mix the reeds up, like mix them around, then of course they're not going to make the right sounds. But if you have them in the right order like this, even if I took that reed I showed you and flipped it the other way, like the line side, if I flipped it around like this and put it like that, it'd still work because they're the exact same sound both sides. It's just nice to have it in the right order. Because I'm looking at these ones and the lines are all on the upper side, so of the ones that haven't been taken off. So we're good to go. So now it is time to start gluing leathers on. Now there's the inner leather and there's the outer leather on a reed. So I can actually pull this reed that I set in place off the block here. There we go, I got it. This is one I already glued. So you can see there's your inner reed leather. And on the other side, there's the other leather. So they go on like that. So what I like to do is I just use, it's not really recommended, but if you're really, really careful, liquid super glue, okay? You don't glue the reeds down by that, just the leathers. And you don't use much super glue. You just want to get enough on the leather where the leather will stick to the block. The real original way that they put these leathers on these blocks is by honey wax and resin, but it dries so fast that there's not enough time to stick the leather on. So you need like a heater that keeps that wax really liquidy, and then you can get on in time. But a problem with honey wax is if it becomes brittle too quick, it can get into the reeds and cause problems with your reeds. Super glue can do the same thing if you put too much on the leather. I do my best not to do that. I do my best to keep the least amount of super glue on the leathers, okay? Gonna quickly check on something. And okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I got the reed here. I'm just looking at my stack of leathers. Here's one leather here. It's too short of a leather. Here's a nice looking leather. Also too short. So you gotta match the leathers too, you guys. You gotta make sure the leathers are the right length, and it has to, see here, you have to put the leather on. It has to completely cover this, but not go too far forward, just to the front of this opening. This is this right here is the reed off of the reed block of the piano accordion. It's a piano accordion, so it's a air instrument. I'm gonna make this a little easier so you can see what I'm actually. I took the reed blocks out of this instrument. I'm gonna bring it up here. Oh, this thing's heavy. Holy crap! I don't like lifting this thing too much. This is the crucianale. So this front side is what I took the reeds out of inside here. So this is a piano accordion, okay? So what I'm working on, I'm gonna set it down over here. It'll be closer to me too, which will be nice. That piano accordion I just showed you, this is just a reed off the block, okay? So this is the actual, oops, I gotta be careful not to bump those. This is the actual reed block that would go into the front of that accordion, and it would go in the front like this, and it would go into place, and it would be screwed in, and then the keys, when you press the keys down, there would then blow through the front of here, and that's where you get the sound. So this is a reed block, and these are the reeds. So what I had in my hand there, I have the reed, but what I had in my hand there earlier, here, let's see if I can find the right length one. What I have in my hand here, this is the leather. This leather, when it's on here, I'm gonna see if I can just by hand. When the leather's on, like this, when the air blows through it, this will vibrate back and forth. That allows the full sound to come through through the reed and give it its full performance, okay? So that accordion that I played for you guys, the red one, how that one was making such good sound is because these leathers were on the reed blocks, or the reeds, and there's 2 leathers per reed, one on the bottom, one on the top. So this is a reed, and then this is the block that the reeds attach to, just like this, just like so, just like that, okay? That's how they mount. I'm gonna have to take all those off too, but down the road after I'm done with this one reed block, and this reed block is number 1. So this is gonna be our 1 sound changer. We got, okay, that's cool. All right, so yes, I'm working on a piano accordion. I got quite a few videos of me playing the accordion. However, after this one's fixed, I will test it and I will put it in the video of me testing it out so you can hear what it sounds like. And I'm really hoping it sounds good. I'm sure it will, because I'm gonna put the right leathers in. And I'm gonna add actually a few leathers on the higher reeds. In this accordion, for some reason, on the higher reeds, they didn't put leathers on the higher reeds. But on this other accordion, on those same kind of higher reeds, they put leathers on. So that's the thing I'm gonna add for this accordion. And we're gonna get that little bit of a warmer tone, and it's gonna give that nicer sound. There will be some registers that won't register on the accordion. There'll be 2 or 3 registers that won't work, and that's because of this one side of this block not having any reeds, where all this tape is here, okay? So, one thing about repairing accordions, to note, it takes a very long time. It doesn't get done within like an hour. Sometimes it could take up to 10 hours just fixing an accordion. This job could take a long time, but because of the way I repair things and because of the solder iron that's like this, it gets done a lot quicker. So it might only take 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours for me to do this. This is too thick of a reed. Oh, look how big this leather is. Look how big that leather is. That is way too big. See, that would drown the reed. The reed would not make any sound because of how heavy of a leather that is. But they're nice leathers. Those are what I call bass leathers for the bass side. It's exactly what those are. I'm looking through all my leathers. I got so many of them, but they're all too heavy. Oh, maybe this one might work. Just give me a sec here. Yep, there we go. There's the one. As you can see, it's perfect. See, that's what a leather should look like when it's on. Not too far forward, not too far back. So now all I do is I super glue that in place. But what I want to do, as I'm being very gentle here, is I want to match another leather to this leather, so I have one for the other side. And I got a lot of reeds that are the same size as this, and then eventually they get shorter and shorter. Where is that same leather? That one is been super glued or something like that. Some of them won't have that metal piece. That's perfectly fine. Okay, cool. So this one here will match the other side, it just doesn't have that metal piece. Sometimes that metal piece will actually fall off. And if it does, it doesn't affect the leather. It just means that the leather over time can curl. With this metal thing, the leather won't be able to curl. So they're very nice leathers, but it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I don't want to take too long doing this repair. But it's just nice to be able to talk to you guys and show you what I actually can do. So maybe in the time, if you guys have an instrument like this you need repaired, well, then you could ship it out here and I can repair it. Just depends how far away you are. It can be pretty expensive to ship it from your end to where I'm located. So, you know, but this can also help you repair your accordion yourself. So it shows you, okay, here's how you do this and do that, and you know, it teaches you how to fix accordions. So what I'm doing here is I got leather. On this side of the leather, you can see where that old wax is there. I'm gonna put a bit of super glue on that, and I'm gonna stick it on the reed. Okay? So on camera, I'm just gonna show you. So I just put a little bit of, just like that. Okay, I gotta be fairly quick or else it's not gonna stick. And I gotta position it too so it doesn't touch up against the, okay. All right, so I'm just keeping my thumb on it. Don't worry, I'm not gonna glue my finger to the reed or to the leather. It's perfectly fine. That would be a fail though, if you glued your thumb to the metal reed and had to pull it off. I've seen that happen before. I haven't had it happen to me, but I've seen someone else try to do that and they kind of glued their finger right to the metal reed, which is a mistake. But some fairly warm water on where it's glued sometimes can loosen it off and you can just pull it off without getting hurt. Okay, so now that's nicely on there. It's not coming apart. I'm wiggling it and it's not pulling off. So that's nicely on there. Really good. It's not gonna cause any interference with the reed beside it. So now it's the same thing idea, but with one that doesn't have the metal piece that stops the leather from curling. Now what drives me nuts is when accordion's very poorly built, and when an accordion is machine made, lots of time they'll have plastic reeds, plastic leathers, and that's rubbish. You might as well take that accordion and put it back through the big shredder and manufacture it again, but this time using proper metal reeds and proper actual leathers. It just drives me crazy because they never make the right sound when they have plastic reeds and plastic leathers in them. But some really nice accordions have the plastic leathers from other repairs, and you know, don't cheap out on your leathers. Use real leathers. Don't use plastic. It's not worth it. It's not worth using plastic. You gotta use real leathers. If you don't use real leathers, you're gonna cause a headache and a half for yourself. You don't wanna cause that headache and a half because it's not worth the pain. Okay, I may have put a little too much super glue on that one, just a little too much, but it'll still work. I just gotta watch my finger because, see what, I'll show you what I mean. See how much super glue is on there? It's seeping right through. It's gonna be okay. It's already dried. You just wanna be careful. Okay, I got 2 watching, which is cool. I got Kerrison, and who's that other gal or gentleman that has joined? That's really cool. Welcome to my live stream. If you're new to my channel, please subscribe. And if you like the video, hit the thumbs up for me and turn on notifications down below. Hit the bell. Hope you enjoy the video. Hope you're all having good days, a good day today. And this is after the repair of this reed. So now there's the little line. So I have the little line side up here, and I'm gonna let you guys see me install this. So here it is here. So what I do is I just take my reed, I put it in crooked a little bit. Our wax is gonna be wanting to come out right here. So I'm going to take out my reed one more time. As you've seen there, a piece of wax fell out. It's because the reed needs to be refit. So as you can see, we got now 2 reeds in place, okay? So I'm going to set this back down. So it's to a lot of people repairing accordions, when you rush things like this, you break things. You don't fix things, you break stuff. Accordions is probably one of the most delicate instruments to repair. More delicate than an auto harp, more delicater than any string instrument. So honestly, if you want to repair accordion, take that extra bit of time. It can take up to 10 hours to even 3 days to repair something like this. So take your time. And to accordion repairs out there that do repair accordions, super glue isn't the worst thing to use, as long as you don't use too much. If you use too much, that's where you run into trouble. Just use just the right amount, and those leathers will come right off again, nice and easily, and it won't hurt nothing, okay? And don't use gel-based super glue. Use the liquid-based super glue. Liquid stuff works so good. I know the gel-based stays on the leather longer, but liquid stuff is about 5 times better. So, yeah. So I got my next reed. I'm going to, okay. I'm going to try to find a new leather here. Yeah, you got to be careful with super glue. Super glue is very touchy, but as long as you're careful with it, you'll be fine. You know, it won't hurt nothing. But you know, sometimes experimenting with this stuff is, you know, a good learning. You can learn from mistakes, And sometimes that's all it takes. Not all the time, like, do I do a good job. Sometimes I make mistakes and then I gotta go back and I gotta go through quite a bit of stuff, like, oh, okay, I mistaked on this thing, I gotta fix that, okay. And then I go back and do it, all right? So, I do make mistakes. Ooh, that was a bit of super glue. Kind of came out really fast there. Okay, that should be enough. Okay, that's the first time I had that happen in a while. It was just a sticker that stuck to my finger a little bit. That was a good one. But, see what happened there? It seeped through, but it didn't stick on. So I'm gonna try this again. I might have to replace this reed. Sorry. I may have to replace this leather with a different one if it doesn't stick this time. Okay, sticking at all. It's moving. I don't like how, like when I put leathers on, they usually stick really well. This one's giving me a little bit of trouble. I'm just trying to apply a little bit of pressure on it to see if that helps anything. Lift that up. Yeah, no, it's coming right off. Yeah, no, this leather's done. See that? It just fully fell apart. The metal piece came right off. So this leather's done. That's toast. Okay, so that's all right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you something here. See that stuff that's on where it would be glued? I'm gonna take that off. Clean that right off. What I use to clean that off is a nail file. Works so good. And I just go like this, and I just give it some scrapes. Very gently, I'm not applying too much pressure. You don't want to scratch the metal too much. If you do happen to scratch it, don't worry, it'll still glue on. It's just nice to have it in the nicest condition you can have it in. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just cleaning off the leftover bit from that one leather that I tried to stick on. It did stick, but not very well. So this accordion's gonna, hopefully, I'm certain it's gonna put off some sound, but what I'm hoping is when I'm done, we will have a really nice conditioned accordion that'll be very happy. Okay, so now you can see how clean that is. So I'm gonna do that with all of them as I'm going along. I'm gonna clean the one side off, and then I'll try gluing them. I have a good feeling it's gonna stick this time. So I gotta find the right reed, or the right leather, sorry. No, I keep saying reed, I mean leather. Oh, super glued. But that might still work. Is that the right length? That is the actual right length. I'm just gonna see if it sits flat. You know what? I'm gonna chance it. It looks pretty good. What do you guys think? That looks pretty good to me. Looks pretty even and everything. I think that looks pretty good. the thing I was thinking about, some of these have already been super glued on. I'll show you what I mean. See that? That's super glue after it dried. I'll give it a try. Maybe it'll hold. Sometimes that actually helps the super glue stay on the leather without seeping in too quickly. Whatever you do, try not to get super glue on your fingers, because if your fingers get stuck together with this super glue, your fingers are together. Like, you'll have to take your hand and put under not hot water, just warm water, and heat. Put that water on your fingers that are stuck together for maybe about a minute or so, and then slowly your fingers should start coming apart without causing any pain. Yeah, it is actually, because like if your fingers glue together, my fingers aren't glued together, but if they were, under the warm water, as it hits your fingers, eventually your fingers will start to slowly come apart, and then it just comes right apart. I have had this thumb and this finger glued together before with super glue, and all I did is I just passed warm water, just past the warm stage through the tap water, and it came right apart nice and easily. No injuries or nothing. So if my fingers get glued together, I don't get too worried. I know I can get them apart without hurting anything. I'm just very careful now. So I got good news. It's very nicely on there, nice and solid. So I like it when the super glue doesn't seep into the leather right away, because then it stays on, and then I can put it on, and then it'll apply properly. So I need to find another leather that's the right length. I'm pretty sure this one is close. Very close, but just about an inch off of what I needed. Now, if it's a little bit off, it's not the end of the world. It'll still work. Like this one right here. This is a nice leather, but I want to do the best job I possibly can for this accordion, because this is a very high-end instrument and very expensive instrument too. It wasn't cheap, and it was very well built. They did a very good job building this instrument, and this is Italian made in Italy. Wow, that was a long, look how long that leather is. That is a very long leather. It's one of those ones with this is a bass leather for a bass side on the other accordion. That looks about right. That one there looks about right. You know what? That's a little bit short. See, they're all different lengths, but I might just live with one that's not quite. I'm certain that I have some in here that will be the right. They have super glue on them. That is fine. That doesn't bother me one bit, because that actually helps the leather. Okay, this looks promising. Is this the right one? That's a little high up. I need to lower that just there. Okay, so I got one. I just gotta make sure so I got one right there. I just gotta make sure it's positioned right, so it's not touching the other reed beside it, because if it touches the reed beside it, that'll stop the reed from working. I got another super glue job, and what I like to do is take my nail file, and I'll just clean the leather up, because there was honey wax on this one, because it never was super glued in. So I'd be using my laptop right now for doing the YouTube streaming, but my laptop has been hacked, so the hard drive's dead in it now. So now I need a new hard drive, and I need a new licensed copy of Windows 10.1 installed. So so much for YouTube streaming with my laptop. Um, so that was a fail. Yeah, you should always watch. You should never plug in a USB thumb drive into a computer without knowing what's on it, because it was a hack. A hacker was using that USB. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, a hacker used that USB to hack people's computers and their accounts. Um, so what I ended up doing is I thought, oh, it's just a USB. So it was like a 32 gig Kingston USB thumb drive, and those are pretty expensive. And it was beside a dumpster where I throw away my garbage at my apartment building, and I didn't think of anything about it, that I knew that one of my neighbors was an actual hacker. So that being said, I thought, oh, I'll just plug the USB in and it won't do anything. Well, it did something all right. It had this Zorgo file, whatever that is. Just said Zorgo on the file. And I thought, oh, okay, it's just a file, hacker's file that just says Zorgo. Well, what I didn't think of when I loaded it up, the file then showed this green matrix lines coming down the screen. Then the screen went scrambled. Then it had this creepy guy with like a black hoodie. Yeah, he was. And this hacker, his name was like Zorgo or whatever it is, but he had like a black hoodie and he had this white creepy mask on. In the image of this USB of this image of this video, and the guy that was talking at the end, he said Project Zorgo is watching, always watching or something like that. So Project Zorgo. So I don't know if this hacker, this guy that does the hacking, is a part of this Project Zorgo. I don't know how many Project Zorgo members there is, but obviously this guy's related to that because that's what was on this flash drive. So I turned the flash drive into the RCMP, so they're dealing with that now. So who knows what's going to happen to, he's probably going to get arrested, this hacker in the building, in my building where I live. And hopefully he does, because I mean, that's very illegal. You're not supposed to be doing that. And usually the only way you get a hold of Project Zorgo, from what I saw on all these YouTube, 901. Like, I haven't got a call back from the, like, I'm gonna get some info on this Project Zorgo guy. They're gonna let me know what's, the RCPN is gonna, give me a call and let me know what's going on, like what's happening, so then I know, because they haven't messed with my YouTube, so obviously nothing's wrong there. So I haven't been hacked into my YouTube account, so that's good. Yeah, the RCMP already has the flash drive, man. They already have the flash drive. That's the RCMP already has that. Okay, so I already turned in the SD, or the flash drive that I had. I already turned that one in, and they already know all about that. Yeah, I definitely confirmed that with the RCMP. So they're gonna let me know all about, give me some info on that. Because what I did, as soon as that happened, I quickly unplugged it. And then that's when my computer shut off, restarted, and gave me a blue screen. Here, I'll show you my lap. Whoa, that was close. Just about hit my foot against the solder iron. That was close. That was a close call. That could have hurt. I just missed it. Okay, so this is my laptop, okay? It's an Acer 1410. I was using it for YouTube, making YouTube videos and editing on. They didn't hack my YouTube channel, which is very weird because from what I'm seeing on YouTube with all these other YouTubers, all the other channels, as their accounts get hacked, these guys show up at their house, things go down, they try to like do all this crazy stuff, but I've had no problems. So the thing is, this computer did not have enough information for them to actually get all my information, okay? It just had the YouTube account, which is very well protected. It had lots of passwords, not just one password. I had like 10 passwords. I had several emails, like Gmails. I had several other things. I had secret questions, so they would have to know all of that to be able to get by, and all those 10 passwords. So I'd never give it to them. So they can't hack my YouTube, and they won't. And another thing, the only other way they really get all my information is if I was to visit the dark web, which I'm not gonna do. I won't do it, because that's very illegal. You're not supposed to go on the dark web. So I won't do that. And I never have been on the dark web. Maybe this guy, maybe this neighbor is a hacker and he sells those like boxes and stuff on the dark web, who knows? And maybe that's where this flash drive that I had that is now with the RCMP, that RCMP have, maybe that had something to do with the dark web. Most likely it did. Anyway, I'm gonna show you right here what my computer now does. This is after it was hacked and my computer died. So it turns on, the light comes on. As you can see, it says Asus, or Acer, and then this happens. And that's all it does. I can leave this on for 12 hours and it'll just stay at that. As you can see right here, I'll tilt it. Right up here is a hard drive indicator. It's not even lit up. So it's not even thinking. So this is what my laptop now does. And if I shut it off, you can't even hear the hard drive click. And I'll do this one more time, just so you can see. It says Acer, and then blue screens. So, yeah, I already contacted the RCMP about the flash drive. They already got the flash drive from me, and they're gonna let me know what is all on that flash drive, and they're gonna probably, most likely when they give me the information and everything, the first thing they'll probably say is don't plug any more flash drives that you find, or USB thumb drives or SD cards that you find on the ground or wherever, unless you know where you're buying it from, into your computer. Which I agree with them, because my laptop's useless now. I'm just very glad that they did not get the information where they could hack my YouTube. But how are they gonna hack my YouTube when they don't know the 10 passwords, the security questions, and all the different emails and all that? And that's all that's on that laptop, nothing else. Yeah, you're right about that. You're definitely right, Mr. or Mrs. Robertson. I don't know, are you a guy or are you a girl? If once I know, then I can call you Mr. or Mrs. Because I can never usually tell. I can see that your last name is Robin, not Robert, but Robinson. But anyway, it's glad to have you here, and yes, I am very happy that I am 100% safe. And I'm glad that there's nothing more than what was on that flash drive than what was already there. Because what could have happened if things were to go terribly wrong, what could have happened, okay, so Mr. Robinson, Mr. Robinson. So, okay. So, anyway, so yeah, I'm 100% safe. The RCMP have it dealt with. Nothing's gonna happen to me. I'm pretty sure of that. So yeah, and I got the upper floor of my apartment. All the neighbors are great. They're awesome, and they would help me out if I needed a hand. So I'm safe. Anyway, so back to the accordion. So I got this one glued on and that one glued on. So it's the same follow-up as just slide it into the block and it'll go in place beside the other one. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to put it in perfectly. Yeah, there we go. And I will show you that it's in. Okay, so yeah. I had a customer say to me, how can you stand taking this amount of hours to fix these kind of instruments when you can just go buy another one that is in perfect shape? And well, it's easy. I like antiques and I'm an accordion player and I really like accordions and I like fixing accordions, especially when someone comes to me saying, oh, I had my accordion sit in my basement for a couple of years. Can you look at it and test it out for me and see if there's any problems? Well, then I would test it out and say, okay, you got some reeds that are sticking and you got some keys that are lifted or some buttons that are sticking, and I can fix that for you. Then I do the repair and then the customer's all happy. But you know, there's the odd said person out there, like local or whatever, that really doesn't like accordions, and then they'll I like to put it as hate messages or that like they'll say bad things about accordions, or they'll say bad things about people that play the accordion, and I just say to them, if you don't like accordions, that's fine, but if you have nothing nice to say, just don't say it at all. And then the person will, back away and talk to whoever else they want to. Just, don't say hate stuff to me. And I confirmed that with a few people that don't like the accordion or don't like our instruments or whatever, and that were saying a little bit disrespectful stuff, and then I just told them that, and they went on their business doing whatever it is that they do. So everything's good there. But yeah, best of all, any kind of hate messages or mail or whatever, like not mail as like paper mail, but online or whatever, I just ignore it. That's the easiest thing to do, is ignore it. Right? So that's the best thing to do. Anyway, so next read. So I got about I got 18 more reeds to glue the leathers to, and then I can take the iron and remelt the wax into place. Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of curious if iPhones can get viruses, because I had someone the other day tell me that iPhones can't get viruses, so I wonder if that's true, because I'm pretty sure if you went on a harsh enough site, you could get viruses. But pretty much what they're saying is iPhones cannot get infected by viruses. I wonder if that's actually true or not. I've never experienced a virus on my iPhone, so I don't know if... I'm sure some way you can get a virus on an iPhone. I just don't know how. Like, what site would cause that. There is sites out there where you can go on, and I'm certain iPhones can get viruses from that site. It's just a matter of what the site is. Huh. I know one way you can get a virus on an iPhone. Visit the deep dark web. There's a way to get viruses, but it'll be more than a virus that you'll get. You'll have what do you call that? What do you call the guys that follow you around? I know exactly the word. I just can't say it. Um, Not a tracker, a stalker. If you go on the dark web and do whatever, you'll eventually, what's gonna happen is you're gonna start getting stalkers, and those are those guys with the black hoodie and the mask, the Zorgo guys or the Project Zorgo guys. But that's something that the other YouTubers can do. I'm not doing it because I know some YouTubers. You know what? That makes a great video, but that's, you definitely makes good videos, but then you're putting your life in danger when you do that. So why? Like, why would you want to? I can understand there's like, you can get mystery boxes, but if you're going to get mystery boxes, why not just go on eBay and order them? Because then you're not doing something unsafe. And eBay's not illegal. The dark web is. So, right? So why not go on eBay and just order one off eBay? So I got another leather. The only thing with eBay is it's a good scamming site. You get a lot of scammers on eBay. So there's the leather. You can see how it's lifted, right? So I'm not going to use that one. Unless there's one thing I can do. Oh, okay. Okay, it's not lifted. I had it the wrong way. That's a good one. Oops. Oh boy. So excited talking here that I put the leather on the wrong way. Luckily it wasn't glued yet. All right, so I'll get the glue and not stick my finger to the reed, super gluing it into place, because that would not be good at all. Well, dark web is a site where literally what a dark web is a criminal-based internet browser. So it's like serial killers, there's all the bad stuff that criminals will do. The dark web is where that's going to be. They sell boxes of stuff that contain murder weapons. Let's just all murder stuff. I've seen stuff go so far where someone, it was a YouTuber, I watched her video, and there were literal body parts, human remains in this box. So yeah, the dark web is where all that goes down. They sell drugs, they sell very illegal stuff, they sell stolen goods. So yeah, the dark web is not a place to ever go on. And I've never went on the dark web, and I never will. But I watched videos that people have, and this Project Zorgo that was on that USB that I don't have anymore, they, boxes that had that stuff, almost every single YouTube channel that I've watched that did the dark web stuff, the mystery boxes, had those USBs or micro or full-size SD cards, and as soon as they plug them in their computer, they get hacked. This Zorgo person, the Project Zorgo person, they come to their house. I've seen it go so far, but they're not in the province. These Zorgo people, from what I know, aren't in the province that I live in, so I'm perfectly safe. But I know I got the one neighbor down on the first floor. I know that he's related to that, but you can have a computer, and the Zorgo guys can be in another province, and they can go from there. So anyway, the dark web is a very illegal place to be on. You can buy so much dangerous, like, it's a place that's a no-no. You don't want to ever explore it. If you explore the dark web, you're asking to get hurt, and get hurt really bad. Or there's always the worst. where one of those Zorgo guys comes and actually comes to your house and you end up getting killed, and you don't want that, you know. So, you know, don't ever, if anyone's watching this video, do not go on the dark web. Whatever you do, it's not worth it. You're gonna get hurt. I've never been on the dark web, but I've seen what happened to people that have went on the dark web. You don't want to do it. For your own safety, don't do it. That's my opinion. I want to protect anyone out there that is thinking about going on the dark web. Don't go on the dark web. It's not worth risking your life for that. You know, stay safe. You know, and if you find an SD card on the ground, don't plug it in your computer. Unless you have a computer that has nothing on it and it's fresh installed operating system, and it's a computer you don't care about, then okay, stick it in there. But make sure you're not at your house when you stick it in, because, you know, things can go really, really wrong. So, yeah, dark web is, you know, I don't want anything to do with it. I'll watch videos on YouTube on people that have explored, but I will not go on it myself. Ooh, we got a little bit of, okay, I'll show you what I'm just, okay, it'll be fine. See, the super glue had traveled down there a little bit, but everything's fine. It'll still work. Oh, we got some more of that leather that was super glued right there. See, this is a previous worked on accordion, so now I'm working on it, and I'm gonna do a really nice job on restoring it. Got another piece of sticker stuck to my finger. I'll just give that a little bit of a scratch. Yeah, it's crazy what you do to get really good YouTube views or YouTube subscribers, because is it really worth risking that much to get that many subscribers? I mean, it's awesome to have subscribers and have lots of views, but why not do something that's safe and get that same amount of views and same amount of subscribers, right? Like what I'm doing here, this is safe. I'm not gonna get hurt. What they're doing in their videos, well, they're putting their life on the line, because those guys that follow you have these YouTube channels, like these videos that I've watched with these different guys. These Zorgo guys hacked their accounts and then brainwashed them with this device. So I will. I'm trying to put it out there to anyone that's thinking of going on the dark web not to. Don't do it. Whatever you do, stay safe at all times necessary. It's worth staying safe, you know? And from this day forward, I won't plug an SD card in it unless I know it's been wiped clean and there's nothing on it. So if I get a camera from a pawn shop or whatever, I'm gonna take that SD card out and I'm gonna tell the pawn shop guy, hey, you need to wipe this clean before I accept it. Because I don't want any kind of like personal stuff, or if there's any kind of bad files that could cause my computer to crash, I don't want that on there when I plug it in. And then I get the pawn shop guy to do that, right? Or the used store that sells the used cameras and stuff, because who knows where those cameras came from, you know? They could easily just have personal pictures on them, and you know, I don't want to look at someone else's personal pictures, because I respect those people, you know? And you really should respect those people, you know? And it's all nice and clean. So yeah. it's better if you're gonna buy an SD card or a flash drive, just go to the store and buy a brand new one. Don't buy used stuff like that. Because you don't know what you're actually buying when you buy something like that used, right? You know, unless you know the seller, personally know the seller that's selling you that SD card and know he or she actually wiped it clean. So there's nothing on it. Then okay, I would accept it then. But that's the only way. So what you should do with an SD card, if you find an SD card or a flash drive on the ground, destroy it, shred it, smash it, or if you can open it up, open it and snap the circuit board in half. Just terminate it. Because all you're doing if you plug it in, either you're gonna infect your computer with several viruses, or you're gonna put your life in danger. Something like that. If it is exactly what I was saying before. So, yeah. Like if I was to buy a mystery box, I'd buy it off eBay. That's it. eBay's the only place. You know, if I was to buy it from any place. eBay or Amazon. Those are only two places. You know. I would not buy off of that other, you know, web browsing side, you know. I like to call it just the dark side, you know. So, yeah. Anyway, so this accordion will come along. I'm just trying to go through all these leathers. I'm tempted to grab this other accordion's reed and start pulling reeds off because they're going to have the leather underneath and may have the right length one. Ooh, that's crust. This is nice and crusty, but still flip-flops back and forth. I don't like the way that's acting, so I'm going to use a different one. Oh my goodness. I am trying. This is a mess. Oh, that looks good. This looks like the right one. Really? It's not the right one? Huh. Look long enough. There is a lot of reeds here with that saying. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? This is too much of a mess, so what I'm gonna do, when you take leathers out of an accordion, make sure you keep the certain lengths separated from each other. This is just a pile of them mixed up. So that's gonna make it hard for me to, you know, go, okay, that's exact what I need and then put it on. I got a few of them, but this one here, I'm gonna start taking leathers out of these. So all you do is take these off, take a nail file, stick it in where the wax is here, and then just pull up once it's in. Give it a bit of a wiggle back and forth a few times, and just like that. Oh, we're gonna have honey wax coming off, so I'm gonna put that right in the bin with the other wax, because I'll use that in a moment. It's still on there pretty good. Yeah. Try to get these nails out of here. I wonder if that's, yep, that's the right length. Check that out. That's the exact length I need. So I'm gonna pull all these reeds off and let's see how many will that give me. Oh. That'll give me 10 leathers. Actually 10, so I'll have 11 leathers. I just spotted another reed block. On the other side, we have more of those. So I'll take those off and I'm gonna get all the leathers I need and then I'm gonna start gluing again. So right off the bat, we got some more wax. Yeah. You know, sometimes when you go on eBay and you order those like mystery boxes, you get some really good stuff. Like I seen someone order a mystery box for, I think it was like $500, and it had like brand new iPhones, like the newer, like the iPhone 8 Pluses, and it had iPad Pros in there, and they were still sealed in the box, like factory seal. And that must have been a mistake, like not supposed to be put in there, but that's perfect for the person that paid that $500 for that box, because they got things that are worth thousands of dollars. And what the rating of what was in the box could have been worth was $1,000. There's more than $1,000 in there, so that was pretty sweet. So sometimes it pays off, you know, buying those mystery boxes. You gotta know what the seller you're buying from, of course, but yeah. I'm gonna just make sure this is the right. More wax. That's gonna drop into the box there, or into the Tupperware. Okay. And I've the Xbox 360 Slim that I fixed a while ago on my video, it's acting up again. The KSB chip has integrated into it 3 processors integrated into one processor. So it's a video processor, video sound card, and audio sound card, all integrated into one processing unit. Then beside it, with the big heatsink, is your APU, which is your CPU and GPU in one, integrated together. So the KSB chip's on its way out, I can tell, because there's a bunch of like green lines coming down the screen, a bunch of dots. And I can still play the game and move around as long as I don't shut the system off and reboot it. But for me, I've been turning off, turning on, it hasn't been giving the red dot of death, which is, well, I like to call the red ring. So eventually I'm going to invest in an Xbox One S, because those are good systems, and the Xbox One can play most Xbox 360 games. Ooh, that's a smaller leather. Okay, I'll put that one off to the side. Yeah, so that's a scrap reed. Got a lot of scrap parts, but you know what? I can sell those scrap reeds on Kijiji, and I could probably get $50 for those scrap parts alone. So I'll just put them in like a little box and then post them on Kijiji for sale. So that'll be good. Got to make money back from stuff like this somehow, you know. But also, it's not about the money, it's about just having fun, you know, and being able, it's not really about the money at all. It's just about having fun and being able to make these videos and communicate with my fams. I like calling my fans my fams. There's awesome YouTubers that call their fans fams too, and that's cool, you know. So I like that too. I'm gonna put this little nail over here. Try not to get the wax in my coffee, because that's not good. And yeah, you don't want to be drinking wax. That would not be good. I don't think anyone would want to do that, because yeah, I'm pretty sure you got the idea of what would happen if you did that. It wouldn't be good. Let me take all this wax off. At least I wouldn't drink wax. It's just not safe, right? You know, I just pull the leather off here, because I think it will be the same length. Yep, same length as that one, or close enough to the same length. If they're just a tiny, tiny bit shorter leather, just a tiny bit, you can use that one for these reeds. It'll still work the full full effect. Iron's still working, that's good. Let's have a look at this one. Oof, that was in there really good. Okay, more wax. Yeah, I really have fun doing this. I'm gonna pull that off. It's another one of those. Oop, come on. So I will have those reeds that are gonna need the little bit shorter leathers. So I might as well keep those available. And as I'm going, I'm just breaking off this wax off these scrap part reeds. And when I break the wax off the scrap part reeds, I'm putting it in a Tupperware, this guy, and I'm gonna use it to melt and re-glue together. There's a lot of wax actually there, and it's nice looking wax. And when it melts, when you're melting it around the reeds to hold them in place, it smells pretty good too. Okay, we got all these nails here that's holding these reeds in place, so I'm gonna try. Okay, where'd that go? Yeah, that's fine. I heard the nail hit the carpet, and it's just a small carpet, so it'll be fine. I'll be able to find it later. Sometimes when you pull up on these nails, they'll go flying if you put too much pressure. I'm putting the right amount of pressure now so they don't go flying again. I can even sell these little nails too from this accordion, because lots of these repair shops, they'll need specific nails for the reed blocks, and they won't, like, nowhere locally will have these little nails. So then I can supply them with the nails because I'll have so many, you know, and different sizes too. They're different sizes, different widths. So, and then they can do that. Another fun thing to fix is jukeboxes. There's always the classic jukeboxes that are cool to work on. Oh, right there we had flying nails. They landed in my hand though, so it's all good. Okay. All right, so now I can start removing reeds because I got all those nails out. The other day I had someone ask me, can you take the little reed that is mounted to the little reed caging, can you take that off and put it on another reed cage? And unfortunately I had to say no, because it is mounted where it can't be removed. So I hope you're all having a good day. I'm doing my honest best to get these reeds off without damaging the leathers there underneath, because sometimes you can remove the reed, but you damage the leather, and that's what I'm trying to avoid, is damaging the leather. So far I'm doing really good. More wax for me. It's always nice to get this honey wax off these reeds, off these scrap parts. I'm gonna have to take a little quick break. I'm gonna still be on camera, of course, but I'm gonna take a coffee break. So how's everybody doing today? Hopefully I get some more clients. Hopefully with accordions, because accordions are fun for me to work on. Even if it ends up me sending it back really nicely cleaned, of course. And but even if it does end up going back still not working, they have a nice looking accordion, it'll be cleaned. But it's just a lot of fun. I know I have Mr. Robinson in the chat here. I wonder if there's anyone else that's gonna come in and talk to me. I had someone the other day come into one of my videos. I'm very happy that you came into the live stream, but the only reason I didn't know what your name was or anything is because your name was a different language that I didn't understand. So, but you're more than welcome into my live stream and everything like that, and I'm happy to have you here. Anyone is welcome to be here. Just no no hate chatting, no hates. I don't want any hate messages. If you're gonna do that and you're gonna be a hater and you're gonna give bad comments and stuff like that, if you're gonna do bad comments and everything, don't come into the live stream. But if you're gonna say nice things and you're gonna have a great time with me, by all means, you can come into my live stream. Anyone can. Okay? And be nice to each other, all right? That's all I want. Plus, if you're new to the channel and you're new to the channel, please subscribe. If you like the video, hit the thumbs up down below. Also, hit the bell in the corner here, that's the notifications, and then you'll get notifications of new upcoming videos. I hope everybody's having a great day. So I'm back at it. I'm taking more of these reeds off this one scrap parts block. Trying to, at least. I'm getting the nail file in there. There we go. Oh, we got more wax. It's always nice to get that spare wax, because then when I'm doing my repair job here, then I can have more than enough to do the job. Another nice leather. And I just take it and I do a quick rip like that, and it comes really nicely off. This is nice, actually. That's a nice leather. Yeah. Someone's gonna be happy with those reeds, because they're gonna get an entire box of scrap reeds to repair another accordion, because those reeds, almost all of those reeds will work. They just need to be a little bit tuned, that's all. So yeah, those will be for sale on Kijiji. I'm just trying to get that in there. I'll also sell these wooden reed blocks too. Probably sell these about $10 a piece. Just because, they don't have reeds on them, or they won't after I take the reeds off. The reeds are sold separately. Come on. It's giving me trouble. It's not coming off. Well, it looks like the screwdriver, or not screwdriver, sorry, nail file is trying. I'm just gonna apply a little more pressure while I lift up. Is that bending the, no? I'll try in a different spot. Sometimes that's all it takes. There we go, got it. Honey wax on my fingers. Oh, we got more wax coming off. Okay, I'm gonna put that in the the Tupperware here, because I always need spare honey wax. Another one of those leathers. So I'm getting actually quite a few of the leathers that I need. So we got enough for one reed, enough for one reed. We need one more to make enough for 2 reeds. So that's what I mean by this may take a while, because when you have all those leathers already off and ready to go, then you can start doing that work right away. But when you gotta take them off of here, that's a little more work. I seem to think that there's still more in that pile of stuff. It's a pile of reeds, it's just, or reed leathers. It's just, I want to get to this now, and you know. Okay. I know I'm gonna put this Tupperware on my lap so I can just get all the wax in there. I need to. Okay. And there's another one of those nice leathers that I really need. Okay. So now we have enough for 3 reeds. So we're getting there, getting to the halfway mark. So, yeah. One of my good friends was going to talk to her boyfriend, and her boyfriend has an old white Xbox 360 that's in mint condition and works really well. And it has 2 controllers, a hard drive, the hookups and stuff. And he doesn't really use it anymore. So she's going to talk to him, and if he doesn't want any more, she's going to see if he is willing to give it to me, and I'm sure he will, because he's a nice guy. But if he needs it, he can definitely hang on to it for sure. But most likely I'll end up with that console, and it's very well kept, and his worked solid since he's bought it, and I'm sure it's the year of 2007 he bought his. And it's still good. It still works well. And it's never been repaired at all. It's never been overheated. So that's gonna be nice to have a system that I can actually rely on to last for a long time. But yeah. So, I'm gonna set that down there. Getting to our last 3 reeds on this block, that donor block that reed block that I'm taking the reed leathers and the wax off of. There's another one, nice. The like the games for the Xbox or the console itself. Because for games, if it was for games, I'm gonna say Black Ops 2 and GTA 5, and for the console, I'm gonna have to say the old fat model white Xbox 360 is my favorite Xbox. I do have my first original Xbox, and it's still kicking. I actually made a video of cleaning it out, but honestly, the old white fat model 360 is my favorite console for Xbox wise, and games. Yeah, so Call of Duty Black Ops 2 and GTA 5 is my 2 favorite games for Xbox 360. Yeah, and then I got all the map packs for multiplayer and zombies for Call of Duty Black Ops 2. And GTA 5, I just drive around, steal vehicles, drive around, and do random stuff playing that game. I just play story mode on GTA 5. but I do the multiplayer and zombies for sure for Black Ops 2. It's pretty fun. That's when the system's not overheating, right? So it's a lot of fun though. Playing the games, that is. Lots and lots of fun. What I might try with the Xbox 360 that I have the Slim, I might try clearing the system coach. That might have something to do with it overheating. Sometimes that's all it is. So I will check that. And if that's not it, then I'm pretty sure the KSB chip is going on the board. Like not the chip itself, but the solder underneath it. The little solder balls are disconnecting. I can't see the system coach causing those green lines and the dots because I had that on an older 360 and it turned out to be an E74 with like the one red ring on the one bottom corner where the controller connect for like where controller 4 would be connected to. Put this over here. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, and then I have the complete, for game-wise, one other game, I have the complete all episodes, Wolfenstein 3D Arcade, which is normally a computer game, but they made it for Xbox 360, which is really cool. And yeah, and I have all the episodes to that game. One game I would like to actually get for Xbox 360, if it's out there, is Doom 1, 2, and 3, which is also a computer game, but I'm pretty sure they made it for 360, or some sort of Doom, but it'd be kind of cool if you could find like Doom 1, 2, and 3 for Xbox 360. I'm pretty sure the Xbox would have to have the firmware changed on the DVD drive for it to read burned games, because I have burned games, 66 of them, but the Xbox can't play them normally because the DVD drive firmware is locked, and when you change the firmware it unlocks it, so then it'll work with the burned games. So that's where I'm at on that. And I got, how many Xboxes do I have over there? I have 3 Xboxes, the white ones, that could have the firmware changed. They're firmware flash moddable Xboxes. Yeah. So that being said, I need to find someone that can do that. And I wouldn't mind getting a couple of those done. Kind of curious if the Xbox 360 Slim, I'm kind of curious if the firmware could be changed on the drive for those systems too, because those are the ones that usually rarely get the red ring. Yeah, again, if I had the computer, I could probably, the only reason I can't really do it is because my computer, my laptop, that's the only computer I have. So what I could do though, is I looked online once to check out what kind of flash drive I would need. So I need to buy a brand new 32 gig USB 2.0 thumb drive. And I can't remember the exact firmware. There's a certain firmware you have to get on off of a internet site, and I got that off of a YouTube video from a YouTuber that I normally follow his videos, and he does do JTAGs and a lot of other hard and soft mods for exactly Xbox 60, so you can play the burned games. So I haven't watched that video for so long, but most likely I will, because I want to do it. But the problem is, when you're doing this to your Xbox, you can't use a laptop to change this firmware on the drive. You have to have a desktop because you need to use your Xbox 360. You leave the power cable plugged into the DVD drive, but then you need to have an extended SATA cable, probably about this long, that'll come out and that'll plug into the motherboard of the desktop, which then will allow the firmware to be able to be changed. I don't have a desktop computer. All I have is this laptop, but I could get the firmware from the laptop. But the laptop is crashed. Like I showed you there a minute ago, like it's completely done. So it needs Windows 10.1 re-put on it, a license copy, and even then I don't know if the hard drive's completely shot because it's not even thinking, it's not even spinning up. I can't even hear it spinning. But anyway, if I at any point do get a desktop, I have a modern keyboard. Eventually I'll get a mouse for it, and then all I need to do is find a desktop. I have looked online though. I have looked online for used desktops, and honestly they're overpriced. There was an old desktop, probably like 4 years old, and they wanted over $200 for it. It's not worth that unless you put like brand new parts in it, you know. It would have to be a gaming desktop to be worth that $200. So that's the unfortunate for that, but I will get a new desktop eventually, and when I do that, then yes, I can learn how to do mods like that, because some of the mods can be pretty hard. Like you have to unsolder stuff on the logic board and solder special mod chips in and do all sorts of stuff like that. The soldering the boards and stuff, that's not hard for me. It's getting the firmware. That's the only thing that's stopping me from being able to do this. Anyway, I'm sure eventually I will get that desktop and everything will go perfectly, and I can start doing that. Because what I want is firmware that I can trust, that will make it so I can play the games, those burn games online. Because I know if you don't have the right firmware and you put the wrong, like you put firmware on that'll work for the burn games, but then you go and play online with that, you can get banned from Xbox Live permanently. And you don't want that. So you want to get the right firmware. So that's where I go and watch the right video on YouTube, not the wrong one. And I write down all the information that I need to go for the right site, and then I get the firmware. But unfortunately, to do that, I'm gonna have to wait till I can get a new computer, because my laptop is, I think my laptop's done. I think it's not working ever again, honestly. But I'm not gonna give up on that easily. I'm gonna get a new hard drive for it, and then I'm gonna try. I have a friend that has a licensed copy of Windows 10.1, so perhaps I'll borrow that off of him, and then I'll put the Windows 10.1 on my computer, my little laptop, and then I can start making the flash drives. Now maybe there is a way where you can just get a flash drive, put all the stuff on the flash drive, and then plug it into the Xbox. As long as you don't connect the Xbox 360 to online, it has to be not plugged into the internet, because then you get targeted if it's plugged into the internet, and that's not good. So as long as the internet's not plugged in, then what you do is then you can plug the flash drive in and go through the steps. But I would have to find a video on that and what firmware I need to be able to do that easy of a setup. But anyway, I know I used to have a very, very good working modded Halo edition. I think it was like a Halo 3 edition modded 360, and eventually I ended up just selling it And that was a mistake. I should have hung on to it because that one had that firmware on the drive. And they didn't just put the firmware on the drive, they put the firmware on the main board too. So everything was perfectly safe. You could game online with it, with the burned copies of the burned games and everything. I should have hung on to that console, but you know, I ended up selling that one for $100 and it was gone after that. And I think from what I heard from the owner that owned it, they had it for a couple years and then it ended up 3 red ringing. So, I mean, 2 years is not bad, you know. 2000, it was the year of 2007. So that console did last for a good period of time before it died out with the red ring of death. Now, the only thing that causes the 3 red lights like that is the video RAM underneath the main board. On the newer 360s, if you get the 3 red ring, on the newer 2008, 2009 white Xboxes or the Elite models, it's your power brick from a power surge. And it's as easy as shutting the system off, unplugging the power supply, letting the light go out, plugging it back in and turning it back on, and it'll be working again. But in this case of this Halo edition, it was the video RAM that became faulty, and the people that bought it off me were very hard gamers. They gamed a lot. So that system was ran really hard. So I'm surprised it lasted that long. Yeah, I know I should have hung on to that Xbox. But you know, I'll learn how to do the firmware mods once I get a desktop. Because I want to get like a desktop with Windows, the oldest of Windows 8.1. It has to be Windows 8.1 if for the oldest. For the newest of Windows 10. But desktops are so expensive these days unless something's wrong with them. And if something's wrong with it, as long as it's the right price, I can fix computers to a point, as long as it's not the software that's completely corrupted. Because the thing is, I don't actually own a licensed copy of Windows 8.1 and Windows 10.1. So if I can get my buddy to make me a licensed copy of Windows 10.1 with a product key and Windows 8.1 with a product key, like little flash drives, then I'll be set for programming and I can start doing that. I'm not quite to the point where I'm doing data recoveries yet, because again, I need to do data recoveries. For Apple, you need iTunes, and for Android, there's another program that will allow you to do any kind of data recovery, even if the phone can't turn on. So, you know, and you can also back up deleted files and deleted pictures, lost information. So, yeah. So eventually I'll get into that too. And there's big money in data recovery, lots of money. Especially when a hard drive starts to go. Like my hard drive, there's nothing on there except for the YouTube account that I had that was very well protected. That's all that was on my machine, so there's nothing there to do data recovery on. But if I had stuff on there, even with the way the hard drive is, with some of the programs you can still retrieve the data off the hard drive, the lost information. So if I could start doing that, then I could be making lots of money, because lots of people out there will pay thousands and thousands of dollars to get their information off their hard drive that has completely crashed. And what I mean by complete crash, either the hard drive failed to work while it was reading and the head stuck and it just twitches back and forth. And when it does that twitching back and forth, what you'll hear is a click, click, click. Or if it's not doing that, it'll do a click, 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 click. What that is the head's got stuck and it's just going back and forth like that. And most likely, if you were to take the top, the thing is, when you work on a hard drive, you're taking the top panel where either the standard desktop hard drive will have metal discs. The standard laptop hard drives have actual glass zinc discs that can shatter. If you hit them hard enough, they will shatter. And you can have like microscopic glass everywhere. So the thing is about opening those up, if you even get like a microscopic, one speck of microscopic dust on there, that can ruin millions of sectors on that hard drive. So that's where this data recovery comes in with this program, and it just pulls stuff off the hard drive without the hard drive powering up or anything. You just plug in all you plug in, you don't plug in the power cable to the hard drive. You just plug in the SATA cable, and then it just pulls the stuff off of there. How that works, to me it's magic, because without the head moving back and forth like that, I don't know how they're pulling the data off standard drives. To me, honestly, gotta take the leather off yet. To me, honestly, you should have the power plugged into it so it at least can spin. Even if it does do that clicking, it's still gonna pull the information off. So yeah, that can be definitely done. So replacing a hard drive in a computer is not hard, but knowing whether your main board in your computer is gone or not, that's another thing. There's tons of ways to test that. You know, tons and tons of ways to test that. So how many pairs do I have so far? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I got 5, almost up to 6 reads. So if I can get 7, we need 1, 2, 3, 4. So 14, we need 14 leathers, and we got 12. So we're almost there. I got that many much more reeds I can take off with all leathers on the one side. So and then I'm looking at these other ones, and yeah, I'm looking at these other reed blocks over here, and there's ones like this where they're gonna have those same leathers. So it's gonna be fine. It just takes time. And it pays off, you know. It really does pay off, because then you have a working accordion afterwards. I know a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, he has a desktop computer, and he does all his stuff on there, and it was brand new. Windows 10.1 on it. It was a gaming desktop too, so it had 16 gigs of RAM. It was a medium gaming desktop. It wasn't one of those ones with like 64 gigs of RAM and all that. It was only 16 gigs of RAM. It has a Core i7 processor in it, and then it has a really nice 1080p graphics processor, and it has a nice video card in it. And it even has an audio card in it too, which is pretty cool. But the bad thing is he didn't have a very good antivirus protection on his computer. And when he went online, he didn't realize that the one site that he went on was, so you get emails, most of the time they're spam, but some emails that come in your primary box, like inbox in your Gmail, they'll actually be viruses that are sent to you. And it'll look like a legit email, legit site to go to check out, like a safe site. The site he went on was not safe, and instantly, once he got on that site, he could not exit off of the site. A bunch of things started popping up on his computer, like over top of each other. Eventually, it was just, you couldn't even see, well, you couldn't read what was on the screen. It was all messed up. He got over 10 million viruses on his computer, and it completely crashed, shut off, and he couldn't even turn the computer on. It wouldn't even power up. So whatever viruses those were, completely crashed the machine. And he tried unplugging the hard drive. There's actually 2 hard drives in there. They're 2 1 terabyte hard drives. The one drive didn't have the operating system on it, but the other drive did. And the one with the operating system, he unplugged, and then he tried powering it on, and then it powered on. So the one hard drive, because of those viruses, the one hard drive is completely crashed. So it won't even spin up. As a matter of fact, it'll short out the desktop to where the desktop won't even turn on. So that's where this data recovery program comes in hand, where the hard drive doesn't even have to have the power cable plugged in. You just plug in the SATA. Now these 2 hard drives that are in his machine are solid state drives. They're not the ones with the zinc or with the glass or metal discs that spin around with the heads. They're a circuit board, big long circuit board with a bunch of memory chips inlaid to the board. So that kind of drive, we just plug in the SATA cable and it can read the information off of there. And you can bypass powering the hard drive up. So that desktop didn't cost him too much. It cost him $1,000. It cost him $1,000. A real expensive gaming desktop will run you about $10,000 to $18,000 for a top end of the line gaming PC with like the Blu-ray drive, Blu-ray burner drive, and like all that stuff. And like the top end of the line graphics cards and just, but you know what? That's, totally up to the gamer, the computer gamer, what they need. Just trying to get this wax off. Now we can go over there. I had one client. The client's actually on call right now that has a $10,000 desktop. And the number one thing you should always do when you have, it doesn't matter what it is, if it's electronic, it should be plugged into a surge protector no matter what. It doesn't matter how cheap it is or how expensive it is, you should have a power surge protector and have everything plugged into it. So they didn't have it plugged into a surge protector. They had it plugged right into the wall. So when they had their very bad power surge, it fully fried their whole computer. But when I say fully fried, what I actually think is wrong with their computer is the PCU is gone. I think the power supply unit is gone in their PC. So the PC, it ranges around $450 to about $500 for their kind of power supply that they have. So right now, what I mentioned to my client is I would need them to order in the power supply and buy the power supply, and then I could put it in for them and do some tests to see if it's all the power supply or if it's something farther beyond the power supply. I'm pretty sure it's just the power supply. So once this accordion's out of the way, then I'm going to take on that job. but they need to get the power supply first, right? So I just got a little nail that I need to put down there. A little bit of wax that's on this side that I need to pop off. But yeah, you know, I like working on computers. It's fun. But if you don't know what you're doing with programs, they shouldn't even be on your computer. Like, what was that my other tech buddy was saying? It was something like Java, and there's a bunch of other stuff, but one of the ones that shouldn't be on your computer, if you don't know what you're doing on your computer and you don't know how to run certain things, Java should not be on your computer. Unless you take like a course or something like that, you know, or you have someone that you know that can teach you how to run all that stuff, delete it off your computer completely. You know, Java does not need to be there. You know, and yeah. But I'm a hardware repairer, not a software repairer. Not a software repair at the moment, but eventually I will be a software repairer. But just not now, because I don't have a working desktop. I don't even have a desktop computer at all. I do know a guy though that, I don't know if he still has them, but he had a whole bunch of desktops. They're pretty old though, pretty old desktops, but he had a bunch of them. And sometimes older desktops can be set up with newer programming on them, and they'll work just fine. But honestly, I wouldn't mind getting a brand new desktop. And it doesn't have to be a gaming desktop. It just needs to be one where I can do programming, get firmware done on it. Oops, don't want to drop the nail into my wax Tupperware. Need to put it over here. There we go. There's a lot of nails in here. I gotta take them all out. But yeah, get this alcohol cleaner out of my way, and it'll be easier for me to put the nails over there. Get this out of my hand here. Put that over there. There we go. So anyway, we're getting there. I'm getting lots of them off. It's a lot easier when there's, okay, this one, I have a coffee cup right here with a full cup of coffee. So when I'm done my other coffee, I'll start on this one. All right, there. Now it'll be really easy for me to get rid of my nails. So, yeah, that's working better now. I got a system that works. I can just put the nails over there now and get this done a little bit quicker. Because this is just a scrap reed right here, a scrap block with a bunch of reeds on it. It's nice to have scrap parts because then you can do your job and get everything done, right? So that's why I never throw good stuff that I can use away. I always keep it because then I'm like, oh, okay, I need this part, and then I can go into the drawer and then, oh, there's the part. Or it'll be in the device that has the part, and then I can take it out of the device. Okay, where'd that fall? Right there in front of my foot. I can see you. Okay, I'll be off camera for a second here. There we go. Just have to get this this little nail right here off of my floor because I don't want to step on that, because that would hurt. Because that's long enough for it to be pretty painful. Sometimes the smaller things are the painfulest. kind of weird that way, but you know, like sometimes a small little burn can hurt more than a bigger burn, or a smaller cut hurts more than a bigger cut. It's just weird, you know. But yeah, I don't know if the tomorrow what I have is an open mic. So what open mic is a bunch of people come around, and some people sing, they play their guitar and they sing, or they play whatever instrument it is and they sing. With me, I take my accordion, my good accordion, the red one you seen me play the other day, and I'll play that for them. I don't sing, but I do play the accordion, and I'll play live. So what I'm thinking is if they're okay with me live streaming, doing a YouTube live stream, perhaps I can YouTube do a live stream of the open mic. But I do need to get permission from the other people there that are going to be singing, they're going to be doing this and that they're okay with me doing the live stream and them being on YouTube. Because if they're not okay with that, I won't video them. But I'm perfectly fine being on the live stream, because then you guys get to experience the open mic and experience the coffee shop that I go to, you know? Get to come along with me. Because they have Wi-Fi there, so they run using their Wi-Fi. So I will ask the ladies there if they're okay with that. Then I will ask all the musicians there if they're okay with being on YouTube. And if they are, then cool. And if not, I'll just, do my open mic, and when I'm done, then I'll end the live stream. And when the open mic happens, it starts at 6, and I think it ends at 8. I'm pretty sure something like that. It goes from 6 o'clock p.m. my time till 8 o'clock p.m. But yeah. So hopefully it works perfectly, because then I'll have one of my parents hold the phone while it's recording live, and then once I'm done, then I'll get my camera from them, which is my phone, and then I'll record the other musicians doing the open mic. But I really do need to get their permission. I am really respectful, so I will begin their permission first. Because you don't want to just video musicians and put them on YouTube without permission, because that can go down pretty bad, So I will be getting permission before I video them, just so everybody knows. I always get permission before I video someone and put them on YouTube. If I don't get permission, they don't go on YouTube. Okay? Because lots of people don't feel comfortable getting put on YouTube, and I respect that, But yeah, I'm hoping that the musicians will be okay with it, because that would be one of my different videos to have up on YouTube on my channel, is an open mic live stream, And the coffee shop I go to is called the Wild Oak Cafe, located in the city of Armstrong in British Columbia. The Wild Oak is an awesome place. They have the best coffee, and real nice employees there, and it's just a lot of fun. And knowing that they have an open mic there, you know, a lot of, you know, local people that come there can actually hear an accordion being played live, and there's not that many accordions being played out there anymore, you know, so at least not locally. Sorry about that. I was almost coughed there. That's what that was. My voice changed a little bit. I should count how many leathers I have here, because we only need a certain amount. We got 15. So we need 14 for 7 of the reeds. And we need 16 to get 8 reeds done. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull one more off, and that's gonna give us enough to do all 8 of them, and then I'll have another 10 to go. So we're getting really close to this one reed block. And you know what I'm gonna do here? This is just gonna take way too long. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this one reed block, and then I'm gonna make another video. So I'm gonna do this one reed block, so I'm gonna get all the leathers, I'm gonna put them on there, I'm gonna seat the reeds on, honey wax them, get the reed block off to the side is repaired. And then when I start on the next reed block, that's gonna be a whole new video. That'll be a part 3. And then the third reed block will be a part 4. Okay? That way it doesn't take like 7 or 8 hours. It's not a 7 or 8 hour long video. You know? Because right now we're already at 1 hour and 22. So, you know, it's not too far in. It's not too long yet, but, you know. So we just need one more of these. Ooh, some more wax. I got tons and tons and tons of wax. This is the nice thing about having spare parts and spare accordion reeds and stuff like that. Because then and leathers, because then you can just, when you need the honey wax or you need the leathers, you just open up the block here. Or if it's in an accordion, you just take apart the accordion, take the block out, and take whatever you need out. And there you go. Just like so. That's going to give us enough reeds to complete 8 of the reed set. Need to have the wax glued in. So now I can, this wax piece is going to fall off, put that in there. There we go. I'm going to set this one over here just for a short moment. Also, I got a water damaged iPhone that I'm going to make a video on soon. I'll show you it here on the camera so you can get an idea of it. This is, I'll show you the, so this is the iPhone. There's no condensation in the front camera, but if I flip it over and you carefully look at the camera, there's a bunch of condensation in there. And this is an old iPhone 5C. Now these are cool. They came in 8 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes, 32 gigabytes, and finally 64 gigabytes. This is an 8 gig. I have another green one like this that it works perfectly fine, and I use that one all the time. This one, the owner, um, the owner washed it. It was left in their jean pocket and it got washed in their washing machine. And it was like a 2-hour cycle. So this thing's flooded. It's more than dead. All they used it for was to go on the internet and play like online music on it. And that was it. So they donated this phone to me for recycle. So I recycled it for them. So now I got an iPhone that has nothing on it actually. So if I can get it to work, I got myself an iPhone 5C, an 8 gig model. I got a spare parts one that has, I'll reach behind the camera and you're gonna see me reach over here. I got this blue one here. This is a graveyard one. Has a new battery and a good board there. This board is Apple iCloud locked, but I can take parts off the board. And down underneath here, good charging circuit board. And good speaker and everything like that. Has like all the good parts. So I'm gonna just put this over here again. So yeah, if the green phone needs a new charging circuit, I got it. If it needs a new speaker, I have that. So yeah, so that's why I save these things, is so I have these spare parts, you know. Just getting more wax off here. So what I'm gonna do is put that over there. I'm gonna check out how much wax is there. Look at all that wax. That is enough wax to almost do all 3 of these blocks. Almost. Yeah, it's pretty close. It is a lot of wax, I'll definitely say that for sure. Anyway, so I'm gonna go like this. And what I'm doing is I'm cleaning off my file tip. And why I'm cleaning it off is because I'm gonna use it okay. Now it's nice and clean. So what I'm using this for is to scrape the leftover wax from the leathers on these reeds that I'm gluing the new leathers onto. So I'll start with number 4 here. Weird. Check this out. This one still has, wait a minute. Right, I took that break. I took that break with the coffee, and that's when I set this down. Right, so it has the leather. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Okay, so I just need to glue another leather on. This one's, I'll show you here, already clean. Okay, that's cool. That's always nice when that happens. Simple as that. So now, oh yeah, right, I cleaned the leathers off on the one side where the wax is still there. This one is super glue one? I don't think so. No, I got it cleaned already. That was too easy. I like it when it's that simple. Okay. When I get a call back from this nice elderly lady, she's gonna give me couple old tube radios. They're like Bakelite ones with a nice Bakelite plastic, and 2 Generation 1 style Furbies, because I do collect Furbies. This one's a little short of a leather. Can I get it off there without breaking the leather? Yes, I can. Okay, this leather was too short. It's not gonna get stuck to the table, because what I'm gonna do is set it just on the edge like that. And I need to find the right length I'm just gonna line this one up and check it. Yeah, that'll work. This one's long enough. Yeah. Sometimes I like to use my little spatula, CPU grease spatula, and I'll put that against the leather instead of my finger, just to be extra safe. That's pretty good. Try not to put my finger on the actual reed itself because I don't want to damage the actual reeds. There we go, that's on there really nicely. Oh yeah, that's on there solid. So you can see I got it on there really nicely. So I'm going to set this one in place. Got to line it up perfectly. You might even see me tomorrow playing this accordion, this black one I just showed you earlier. You might see me playing this one. Ooh, we got some more wax right here for the Tupperware. Okay, so now we got this one, and it has that stuff that the stuff right there that needs to be cleaned up. So I'll get my file. That should be dry enough now. Yeah, that can go on it. Just the one leather there that need to be all I'm doing right now is cleaning that stuff I showed you off of the reed itself. And sometimes these reeds, all they need is new leathers and they'll sound great. Most likely that's all this needs. Is nicely clean just like that, nice and quick. And I'll keep that available there. All right, so I'm just gonna, okay, that'll work. What I was doing there, yeah, it's fine, is I was checking the length of the leather. Trying to be as quick as possible. And if I'm quick as possible, I can get these leathers glued on. So all I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to seat this leather to the actual reed itself, so it doesn't, the reed mount I'm trying to put so it'll, okay, that should be all right. I'm just gonna give it a little bit of a, yep, that's fine. That one's on there really nicely. There's a lot of wax coming off of these. I was originally gonna clean all the wax off and then put the wax back on, but there. Okay, I can already tell that one's perfect length. So far we're doing really good at this. Don't want to overdo it. Whoa, quick, before it dries. There we go. Now just a little more, right about there. All right, we're good. We are gold. See, if you're not fast enough with liquid super glue, putting the leathers back on, it actually seeps into the leather and then dries really fast. So I gotta be pretty quick, you know? So, yeah. It'll be exciting to see what this thing actually sounds like after it's fixed and repaired. Okay, that should be fine. Oh yeah, that's in there nice and solid. See how good that looks? It's not touching against the other reed there beside it. Whew. That is some strong smelling super glue. Have you guys ever smelt super glue, or you had super glue like when you're working something like that and your eyes start watering because of the fumes that come off of it? That hurts when that happens. Burns pretty good. There, look at this. It's really coming along. So I'm pretty sure once it's all back together, it's gonna sound pretty nice. It's gonna have that good sound. It's gonna have a lot more sound than what it did. When I tried to play it, that button accordion I had, the way that thing was pumping like that, the accordion, it would like very slowly go like that. So it was air sealed properly, but the sound coming through these reeds originally, barely a sound. It was very, very like, it didn't even sound, some of the sounds weren't even coming through, but when sound would come through, it sounded like the way a whale sounds, but 10 times more muffled, if you know what I mean by muffled, the sound itself. It didn't sound right, it sounded off, very off. And you couldn't get that full sound out of those reeds. So what this is gonna do is allow that full sound to happen. Oh yeah, we got more mess. More of that stuff on this one side to clean up. Most likely all of the reed blocks are gonna have the inner ones where I have to clean that stuff off of there. So it's okay, you know, it's fun. I can do it. There's definitely going to be a part 2, 3, and 4 for sure. Or sorry, there's this part 2, part 3 and 4. Oops. Definitely a part 3 and 4 that I'll make. So, get that a little bit more clean. Needs a little more than that. Okay. Yeah, it looks okay. I was just double checking, making sure everything was all right. If you look at I'm looking at the reeds from underneath. This accordion was definitely exposed to moisture because there's like little rust, like not orange rust, but the other kind of rust, like corrosion type rust, little stains, little dot stains. It doesn't really affect the reed until it gets really bad. It's not bad enough. It's the original place it was at, there was moisture. So, okay, so now it's time for some more leathers. And once again, if the leather is a little shorter than it should be, like it's, you know, it's fine. If it is, the leather's a little bit shorter is fine. If there's a little bit of an opening on this piece here, if there's a tiny little opening, that's not gonna harm anything. That's gonna be fine. You know, you can still glue it on, it'll still do its job. It's like this one, I'll show you what I'm talking about here. So there's a little bit of an opening there. that's fine. It'll still do its job. So it'll be all good. I'm just gonna use my nail and clean that up a little bit. Put this on my jeans and get that ready to clean right up. Whoop. See, that's one thing you gotta watch. Don't squeeze the tube of super glue too hard, or else you're gonna get that little bit too much of super glue. That's what I just did. But it's okay, it's not seeping all the way through, so I'm fine. Oh, cool. We got Mr. Robertson and another viewer. Awesome. Well, it's always nice to have a bunch of people watching my videos and joining the live stream. It's really fun, you know? And you get to see actual real footage of what it really looks like inside of an instrument like this. Because there's a lot of videos that are put up where you can just tell that I wouldn't necessarily say they're fake. They're just videos. They're videos for entertainment, okay? So what I mean by videos by entertainment is they're very animated. So they're made to look like it's actually happening when they're not, okay? So there's some haunted videos like that. Yes, they're real videos, but that's not actually happening to that person. So are they cool videos? Are they fun videos to watch? Yes, they actually are. They absolutely are. You get awesome views, lots of subscribers, and you have lots of fun. So they're not fake, they're real, but they're just animated. So they have that those jump scares and whatever else, okay? So, yeah. There's lots of videos like that I always watch, and I watch a lot of that I really enjoy, you know? So it's really cool, it's lots of fun. But there's a lot of haters out there that, be very, very rude to these poor YouTubers that are making these videos, and they're just having a good time, and then these haters come along and they start saying, oh, this guy's this guy's that, and what's up with that? I mean, that YouTuber that's making that video could say the same thing about that other person saying that bad stuff, So, it doesn't hurt to make videos like that. It's not harming no one, Okay, so, oops, this one I did add a little bit of super glue. That's okay, it's still working. The odd read's gonna have that happen where I'm gonna be putting super glue in this, and I'll go to squeeze it, and quite a bit of it'll come out, and just like putting a bunch. Is it not gonna hold? I'm sure it will. Oop. I want that to... No, it's not holding. Matter of fact, this reed's gone. This reed's leather is... Alright, we're gonna need some more. But I'm gonna try scraping this off now that it did that. And I'm gonna try to clean it There we go. And I'm going to try to re-glue this once again and see if I can. Okay. That's more than enough right there. Got a reed that just, the metal thing fell off. That is fine. The reed leather will still work if it'll hold. And if it won't hold, then I'll just get another new leather. Okay. You know what? I think that's holding. I'm certain that's holding. Yep, that'll be fine. See how much super glue went through there? Sometimes that happens. Yeah, it'll be fine. So this one I can put back into place. Okay, this is the right side. So I'm just putting it in place right now. Okay, so here's what it looks like. So we're getting there. Yeah. Okay, so some of these don't look too bad for the that stuff I have to clean off one side. Like a guy that I love his videos, and he's a really nice guy. One of the videos I really like is, I really enjoy and really like Jay Station's channel. I really like Omar Gosh's TV's channel. I like Aldo World's TV's channel. I like Mo Sargi's channel. Who else is there? I like the Fam's channel. His first name is James, I believe, which is Omar Gosh's friend. Who is? I'm trying to think of the name of this. CJ Automotive channel. There's a lot of YouTuber channels that I really like, and they do more than just paranormal. They do all sorts of awesome videos. Okay, so I know a lot of haters out there that are, saying horrible stuff about them, and that's not nice at all. Not nice. You don't do that. Yes, as YouTubers we sometimes make mistakes, but don't go starting and disrespecting other YouTubers, saying, oh, you did this, oh, you did that, oh, don't start being aggressive and very violent with YouTubers when they make one little mistake. Those YouTubers that are saying that bad stuff about these other YouTubers should be ashamed of themselves. Yes, we make mistakes, but those mistakes can be solved and fixed. So anyway, yeah. So anyway, that's to that point. Like, you say one little thing and make one accidental video that's you realized afterwards that, oh, I did something wrong. I wasn't supposed to say that, or I wasn't supposed to do that. And that was, you know, and then that's where you make another video and apologize about it, you know, what you did. And I know for a fact these YouTubers did apologize, but yet they're still getting a lot of hate, you know, from a bunch of other YouTubers. So it's like great, why, you know. But I'm never gonna stop liking these YouTubers that my favorite YouTubers that I'm not gonna stop liking their channels, and I'm not gonna stop liking them, because I'm never gonna stop liking everybody that I just mentioned there. You know, and I'm not gonna start saying, oh, hey, you did this, oh, hey, that, and this and that. I'm never gonna do that to them, because I know they made a mistake and then they fixed it, you know? Simple as that. So don't, you know, disrespect each other. As YouTubers should always treat each other with respect, you know. As long as you apologize for what you've done, you should be forgiven, you know. So, anyway. That's how that works. But anyway, so I'm getting this all glued up. Oh, I didn't take that stuff off with the nail file. Let's see if that actually glues on top of it. Huh, it'll be cool if it does. That stuff that I showed you earlier, that was that I usually scrape off. I didn't scrape it off this time. This will show whether it can glue on top of that. It was only a small amount of it. You have to take another coffee break here. After a while, your fingers get tired from doing this. Okay. Did it hold, or is it gonna just fall off? Oh wow, it actually held. Okay. So that's that one on there. So it held. Cool. Wow, that's neat. So it's probably the amount of super glue that was on that one leather is why it wouldn't stick with that stuff on there. So once again, I'll show you again that that's on there. It is really coming along. We got from right here, we got from here over to do. We're like right here is where there's no reeds. So I'll put my finger to block these. So from here to these three, and then from here all the way over to the end. Oop, I got a little bit of, that's where my little honey wax type tweezers come along, and I just gently grab that piece of honey wax and drop it into the Tupperware. There. And I'm gonna do a little bit of cleanup here. So I got honey wax in the actual reed. Those few reeds, I got the honey wax out. And take another short coffee break. I'm gonna have to get some, I'm gonna be off the camera for a sec. I grab some my favorite type mints. Where am I gonna put these? Let's set them, I'll put them right beside me down here. Yeah. So grab one of those. There was another power spike. You know, if these power outages keep happening, my iron, if the power goes out enough, my iron won't stay heated. So hopefully it doesn't. The lights are still on, but once in a while I can see them quickly turn off, turn on, like you know how they flicker on and off, like that. But it's only once in a while. Good old coffee. Good coffee, man. Gotta have a cup of coffee. I actually had this coffee all day. My other cup of coffee has been sitting in that cup since around 8 o'clock in the morning. But it's still good coffee. All right, so let's get back to work. I don't take too long coffee breaks, fairly short ones. All right. So, it's not sticking to this. It has a lot of that stuff. A lot of leather, super glue leather pieces on there that I need to gently clean off. It comes off easily. I'm just nice and easily cleaning this. Get a little bit more of that off there. All right. That's how clean it is now. So, anyway, so time for some more glue. This one's perfect. There we go. And just matter of fact, all those gentlemen that I mentioned, your channels, go to their channels, like their videos, subscribe to their channels, and hit their notifications, you know? That'd be really nice. You know? Make them and make me very happy. You know? Go check them out, you know? But you're gonna see what I'm talking about when you, like, you'll see, like, a lot of hate, you know? Videos, like, a bunch of, like, you know? And it goes back and forth, you know? But of course, if someone's, like, saying, oh, your videos are fake, oh, your videos are horrible, you did the worst thing ever, even though you apologize and everything, then of course you're gonna go after that person and say, hey, you're, you know, doing this and that. So, you know, that's just not, it's not nice when someone does that to you, or not just someone, but a bunch of people, like, and they try to nail you for it. Even though, again, you apologized and you really meant it and you're really nice about it, but then these people still come at you. So it's just like, oh man, you know. But they can count on me going into and liking all their videos and I already subscribe to all their channels, and I'll always be their, I'll always be subscribed to them, and I'll always like their videos, because I know that, you know, they really meant what they said with their apologies. You know, not all of the channels that I, YouTubers, like the channels that I told you, not all of them did something where they needed to apologize, but just some of them did. And they did, and they really meant it. So, you know, stop hating them. You know, treat other YouTubers with respect unless they're actually doing something bad. You know, like doing something actually bad enough where you actually have to, you know, do what they were doing. Like what these other YouTubers were doing and saying the mean things to my favorite channels, my, you know, buddies there. You know? But one of my very favorite YouTubers, one of my very favorite channels is definitely gotta be Mosargi. He's so awesome. Definitely shout out to you, Mosargi. Your videos are great. And I'm definitely gonna shout out Oh My Gosh. Give a shout out to J Station. To Autos World TV, I give you a shout out because you guys are just awesome, you know. And yeah, keep up the great videos if you watch my video here, you know. So anyway, so we got that done there and that done on that side. So we're about 2 away from the 2 away from the last of this first set to being halfway. And as you can see here, I'll show you here, right there. So we have 2 more in, and then we're to the no reed spots, and then we can start on the new set to finishing this up. So, okay. I'm gonna bring the chair just an inch closer. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tilt the camera just a little bit more. There. Yeah, that's better. Now you can see me a little bit better. There. So, anyway. Okay, so let's get these last 2 reads done. I'll take one more break till I start the next set. Oh yeah, there you go. Some more, I'll get a little bit closer. You can see all that goldish color stuff on the other side by that one reed. That needs to be cleaned off before I super glue it. All good. I'm just smelling the honey wax. It doesn't really smell like anything until you melt it. Once you melt it, you get that nice honey smell. That and the smell of melting resin. But it does smell nice. Okay. What do you guys think? Should I just stay on this video and finish up the other 2 reed blocks or start a part 3? Because what I could do, if this takes a little long, I could start a part 3, do the 1 other reed block, and then a part 4 on that, or I could just continue on this and get them all done in one video. And it's going to be a very long video if I continue this repair on this video. But I want to know if you guys want me to do it on one whole video here or do a part 3 and 4. Because I can do a part 3 and 4 if you want me to, that is. still got some more on here. That looks pretty good. It's pretty nice and clean. Some more wax to put in there. All right. That'll be long enough. Down my leg. What are we at so far? An hour and 70 minutes. And we're getting there. But hey, you know, as long as we're having fun, that's what matters. You know? And, you know, that was an epic fail. I kind of dropped the super glue thing dropped and that rolled down my leg and hit the floor. Oh, that was a good one. Oh man. I'll cross my leg, that'll help hold everything. Ooh, that actually works pretty good. Now the reed is perfectly lined up. I like that. Not so much super glue. That's the thing that's squeezing this a little hard. It kind of doesn't take much for the glue to come out. Ooh, that is perfectly lined up. I like that. It's always nice getting new leathers too, so because they're perfectly flat against the reeds. So, oh man, yeah, I'm definitely taking a break after this one. It'll be a little bit longer than my last break. It'll be about, well, it'll be a little while. I'll gotta check on a phone that I'm trying to charge up. It's a Samsung Galaxy A5. For some reason, I don't know if it's the, I'm pretty sure it's not the charge cable, because the charge cable got some honey wax on there. I need that in there, there we go. So it's nicely on there. Now, put that on my leg. Solder iron still heated up. Yep, still nice and warm. I don't put my hand right on it. I put, just so you know, I just put it above, like the iron, say the iron's right here. I put my hand like that, just to feel that the heat's coming off of it, you know. I like to be safe, of course. All right, so this is going very, very well, actually. Yeah, heck, why not? Let's get all the reed blocks done in one video. Let's do it all in one video. Because then, you know, it's all good. So let's see, we're doing pretty good. They all have to be nicely waxed. There's a little bit of wax on each of the reeds, but what I need to do is put more wax and just make sure they're all perfect. But I don't want to do any wax jobs until all of the reeds are put on the block, and then I'll start to do that work. Okay, so here's the job. Okay, so now the one with the line goes like that. Just making sure I see it go underneath this little bit of honey wax that's in the front, and I can tell it's actually in place. Come on, slide. There we go. Yep, all right. Just gotta make sure it's lined up. And some wax tweezers. might have this one reed just a little close together. Yeah, it's a little close to that one. Just there, just like that. Yeah, that's about. Just trying to be careful. Just so it touches like so. Okay, so now those are in. All right, so pretty sure that's gonna go very nicely because I reliquefy them, and as I'm liquefying them, I can position them to where I need them. If I need to move them anyway away from each other a little bit, I can do that. What might be it is that some of the leathers might be just a slight too wide, so it's just, you know, but I'm pretty sure we'll be okay. We can get those all glued in place perfectly fine and seated. Okay. All right, so continue on my work. But once again, if you guys do want me to make a part 3 and a part 4, I can do that. Wow, what is that, super glue? Oh, that is definitely gel type super glue. Whoa, that all came off nicely. Check that out, how clean that is. It's nice and clean. And do the other side, bottom side, which has never been super glued, so that just will nicely just come right off of there. So I'm just there it is. So that's how clean that side is now. So now we're ready to start gluing some leathers. And this is where after this one's done, then I can take my break, which I'll take a bit longer of a break. And of course I'm gonna talk to you guys. But I might have my mouth full at times. So let's. It'd be really nice to get a real actual tripod for my iPhone. I'm gonna have to get one of those soon, with like the nice three legs or 4 legs, and have it like set so the phone's perfect and I can have it just right, so you guys can see me easily. And I have a multi-tool, and behind the phone I have a big glass cup, and then in front I have a multi-tool, and that's what's holding the phone the way it is now, so I can get this perfect YouTube video. So that's my classic way of having this set up. Yeah, sort of like a redneck way of doing it, which is cool. Whoa, that is a long leather. Can I move you over? Nope, it's already, oh wait a minute. Sure I can. It's not dried yet. Let me get this a little bit. Or is it not loose? Oh, it's loose. That's good. I'm glad it is, because I'm gonna have to come on. This one right here is way too long for this specific reed. I'm gonna grab a different one. This might be one of the shorter reeds where I need a little bit shorter leather. I'm gonna try cleaning this one nicely. I'm gonna try putting some glue on it. That's better. That's better, okay. So here's what this one looks like. Still pretty good. Yeah, I definitely take lots of breaks, but you know what? That keeps me all energized. This is a lot of work too. Like it's, you know, tons and tons of work getting. Yep, there we go. Okay, so that side's done. So now our next leather. I'm gonna set this across my leg again like I had it. Make sure there's no wax on my leg, because there's a bunch of like wax on my jeans and I don't want that on there when I'm setting the reed down on my leg, because what's gonna happen if I do that is it's gonna get all over the reed itself and cause malfunctions with the reed. We don't want that at all. So, yeah. No, don't leak all over the place. That was a lot of super glue, but that's okay. Okay, tweezers. There. Easy fix. That's one of those like that again. So both sides are like that. Okay. I'm hoping that I'm hoping this will hold. Yeah, if it sits long enough, it'll hold. I heard an alarm clock going off. That's probably next door though. Anyway, so now the lines there, I'm gonna put that there. Oops. Come on. My fingers like that, push her down nicely. Okay. Okay. So here's what it looks like at the halfway mark. So this is our halfway mark. So then there's nothing that's going here. So let's cover those up. So then right here, all the way over to here is where the rest are going. And right here, I'll push them over a little bit. All these are going right here. So we're almost there for reed block number 1. Then there's reed block number 2 and then number 3. This one, keep in mind, did not have the reeds on the other side. The other 2 reed blocks do. So it's going to take a lot longer. I'm certain that I'm going to make a second video. I'm going to repair this one, get this one done. We'll even melt the wax in place, get it all perfect. And I'll show you guys what it looks like after. And then after that, what I'm gonna do is end the video. And then I'm gonna make a part 3, which will be working on reed block number 2, which is gonna take a very long time. And then part 4. So right now, I am seeing a little bit of wax on this reed just before it touches the reed. So I'm gonna clean that off right now before I take my break. twang. Try not to do that too many times because that can hurt reeds. If you twang the reed like that, it's not good for it. A little bit of wax. There. I think this other one right on the side needs to still be pushed a little bit. Yeah, we got some honey wax that's wanting to come out. And I'm looking at this one here and it still needs to go forward a little bit. There we go, I got it. Okay. Keep those in line. All right, break time. So that's a job well done. So we got half of it done now. And I got half of that done in 1 hour and 86 minutes. We got half of this done. So now I'll get the rest of those done. And then that's when we do the last process. And then that's where I'm gonna make another video with reed block number 2. Oh. Time exactly is it anyway? Holy, is it already almost 7 o'clock p.m. here? Oh, that's crazy. All right, so I'm gonna show you this phone here. It's not even, I don't know why it's not turning on. Because I swear that this charger's still good. This is a Samsung A5, Galaxy A5. Charging port's fine, I know that. 2017 Samsung Galaxy A5. I'm gonna try turning it on. I tried doing this before and it wouldn't boot. Yeah, it's not even trying. I wonder what's wrong with it. That's very weird. I swear it's not water damage, it's I've repaired it before. It was the charging port that I repaired, and it was just, the charging port was jammed with a bunch of stuff from in your pocket. So it's not jammed anymore. What I might try doing is, I might try switching the port back and forth and see if that makes a difference. Sometimes that's what it is. I know this phone works, you guys. I know it works. Come on. It is a graveyard phone though. But I did have it booting up. Maybe it just burned out over time. One of my buddies, what I'm showing you here is a good reed block. You see it's all nice and wrapped. They're all mint reeds in there. Really nice reeds. Unfortunately, it's not the, it's almost the same as this, but not quite. It's like a bit different. This is for a Greeny piano accordion. Of course it has, I'm pretty certain if I look at it in the light, it has inner reeds. Yeah, it has the inner reeds, but not the outer. And it's all nicely plastic wrapped and then taped over top of packaged for me. So this, oh, good news. Got good news, guys. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna unplug you and show you something because I'm not gonna move that phone again. I'm gonna have to plug it back in. Sorry about that, I'm blocking the camera. Good news about the Samsung A5. Remember how I said trying to switch the cable the other side? I'm gonna show you here. There it is, charging. It works. So this was a water damaged. So this phone was actually, there it is. It's a little upside down. Or no, it isn't. Samsung Galaxy A5. There you have it powering up and working. So that's all it was. It was just a charging cable. Need to be switched around. All right. So I'll plug this back in and put it back where I had it. Sorry about my hand being in the way again. Oh. Okay, I'm back. I accidentally clicked the power button on my phone and it shut off. Okay, so so this is what I mean. My mouth might be full a little bit. This is my favorite kind of chips that I eat. Sour cream and onion. All right. So, yeah, that's good news. Is it fully working too? Oh, nice. Yes, it is. Okay. It's the Galaxy A5 is up and running. So I just remembered this Galaxy A5 was water damaged, but I fully cleaned everything in it. And also the charge port was clogged with the fuzz from in your pocket. So I cleaned that too. And then it worked. It just hasn't been plugged in for so long. And I switched the Type-C charger to the other side, and that's when it worked. Good, cool, I'll let it charge right up. Because I have a client that has a phone that it's no more than 6 months old, and it quit working, wouldn't even turn on. They took it to a guy at the Real Canadian Superstore. This is at Superstore. There's a cell phone booth. Well, this guy is supposed to be able to fix phones for customers, like at least like unclog where the charging port is, or just figure out why they don't turn on and stuff. But as it turns out, he didn't know what he was doing, and he took his actual car keys. This guy, you know, you don't do that to a customer's phone. He takes car keys and sticks the end of the car key in and goes like that with it. Like, what the heck's that? So of course the owner of the phone, because it was literally a new phone, just ripped out his hands, and that was the end of that. It just left, and there was a few words said to him, and his manager was talked to. So, yeah. If you don't know what you're doing with a phone, and it's a client's phone, don't mess with it. Don't tamper with it. You don't want to break it, because you anger people so badly. And even I know that, because, you know, a long time ago I didn't know what I was doing with iPhones. And then eventually with YouTube I learned a bunch of stuff, and here I am repairing iPhones. So yeah. One thing I don't like about, I used to have a whole bunch of friends in my Xbox Live friends list. I had a bunch of kids, very young kids, that were friends in my friends list. And one thing I really didn't like about what they did was they would scream into the mic. They'd scream and screech, and you know what, that drives me nuts. So half of my friends were exactly that. And even some of the friends I had were in their teens. Every one of them blocked and removed. Why? Because of that. The screaming and screeching, you know, and it's just, but if you don't scream and screech, you won't get removed off my friends list. But yeah, I've only have three, at the moment, 3 friends in my friends list in my Xbox Live friends list, so they're really good friends. But I don't know if I don't know if I have you in my, I don't know if I ever had you in my friends list, Mr. Robinson. I don't think I did. In my Xbox Live friends list, I don't know if you're ever in there. I don't think I ever gamed with you. I don't think I got your profile. I know another subscriber, another gamer that gamed on Xbox, was one of those young kids that were screaming in the mic and, yelling in the mic and all that, and I just can't stand that. So he was removed off my friends list. So yeah, that's the only thing that I, okay. There we go. Now I have a little bit of coffee. I forgot I had this stuff. This stuff is very sour, but it's very good for you. Straight up cranberry juice. I'm gonna keep that close by. Good stuff. And that's pure cranberry juice there too. Yeah, so if you wanted my Xbox Live profile, I can give it to you, but I gotta know that you're not gonna scream into the mic and yell into the mic. As long as you don't do that, I can definitely give you my Xbox Live profile, and you can you can be in my friends list, and then we can, at some point when I'm online, do some online gaming together. Because the one kid that I gamed with, he scream and yell in the mic so much that it would give like me and a bunch of friends actual headaches. It's not fun. But yeah, if you want to be in my friends list, you can. but I would have to give you my profile because I have a hard time putting profiles, adding profiles to my friends list. So if you added me, then that's where I accept your request and give you my friends list. So yeah, let me know if you want to do that, because if you do, then I'll tell you what my profile is. All right, back to work. Actually, I'll take the last little bit. There's barely any left. Tipping over glass. That's okay, that was empty. I'll bring this one over here, put this over here, because this has coffee in it still, a full cup. All right, so let's continue. So how is everybody doing? Hoping you're having a good day. Hoping you're having fun. All right. Okay, so I got my handy dandy file. I'm gonna get this all cleaned up. Oh, that super glue. Come on. It went flying and it got right on my mustache. There, I got it off. That was a good one. Now, a few scratches on these reed block, like these reed mounts, isn't gonna harm nothing. You just don't want to put deep scratches in there. Just enough cleaning where it's gonna, do its job. And where the wax is gonna actually hold, or not wax, sorry, the leather's gonna actually hold in place really nicely. And give it a little more of a okay, so that's how clean it is for this side. Flip it around, and that's how clean it is for that side. So the amount of cleaning I did there is enough for the leathers to go on there nice and solid. And I have just enough leathers for one more reed. Now I gotta start plucking more reeds off of that one block that I had. All right, so we'll use this one. Okay, I already tried to glue this on another reed block and it wasn't sticking, so I'll see what it does for this block. I'm sure it will on this block. I'm sure it will. I'm just making sure I keep my finger on the leather just long enough so it bonds with the metal. Is that bonded? Oh, hey, see that? Yeah, that's on there nice and solid. So that one's perfect. Cool. And then there's this one, which has not been cleaned off yet. And it has original wax, so I just go like this a few times, and that's clean. All right. Now, I bet the Xbox One put off an amazing picture, like really clear picture, even while playing Xbox 360 games on the Xbox One. I bet it would put a really nice picture out. So it would be nice to have an actual Xbox One S. Because then that would be really cool, and they'd probably run a lot faster too. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna invest in a Xbox One S 1 TB console for sure. But for now, I got the Xbox 360, which is pretty good. It's just the overheating issues that they've been having with these consoles. I don't know why they. I like to have my console standing upright, not laying down flat, because laying down flat like that, they can really overheat, and standing up, they cool a little bit better. But you know, this was a second-hand Xbox 360 Slim, so perhaps it was already attempted to be reflown before with a heat gun, and it was slight damaged. So when I did the proper job, it fixed it, but maybe it's still, you know, a little bit damaged. Okay. All right, so remove that bit of wax there because it's going to get on the reed. So that's nice and perfect. Both sides have that niceness to them. Okay, side with the line. Right, I skip these two because they say no reed, and put it on there. That's a nice thing about putting the no reed on where those two reeds don't actually go into place. It's for grabbing the block. It's nice that they that I put no reed on there. Okay. Yep, that's good. So now this is what we're looking at. So we're getting there. We're getting there for sure. Okay, so okay, file again. So I'm just getting this all cleaned up right now. That looks pretty good. Get this little bit of wax out of the way here. So we don't want that wax getting on the reeds themselves. That's already been cleaned, but I'm going to clean it more just to make certain. All right, just so you can see that it's nice and clean. And I'll flip it around. Okay. Yeah, I want to make sure that they're clean before I put the leathers on. This way, when I go to put the accordion's reed blocks back with the new wax, nothing goes wrong in the process. Everything goes perfectly. Okay, so we ran out of leathers. All right, so there is this massive mess of leathers, but I'm certain, like this one I just grabbed, seems perfect. I'm just gonna go through some of these leathers. I'm certain I can make some of these leathers over here in this pile of mess work, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not going to rush anything, but I am going to use them. So I'm pretty certain from what I'm understanding, Mr. Robertson, is you're an Xbox. You play on Xbox Live. You don't play on PS4. You don't, unless you have a PlayStation 2, also like a Sony PS4 or PS3 or something like that. But I'm pretty sure that you have a Xbox 360 or Xbox One of those two, which is pretty cool. Ooh, there we go. And it's evaporating. Don't evaporate. It's evaporating on me. All right, I'll put that on pretty quick. Oh, wow, that covered the whole thing. Nice. So, let's get this to dry. Okay. I'm just holding the thing in so I can, yep, that's on there. So it's on there, nice and easily. Time for the other leather to be put on. All right. And near the end, they're gonna get a little bit shorter and shorter for reeds. And then when I go on block number 2, there's real tiny reeds, so we're gonna have a lot of fun taking those off. And I'm gonna actually have to clean up quite a few of those reeds. The block itself, I don't have to really clean the wax off it, just the reeds themselves. So, why isn't that coming off? Come on. There we go. Yeah, that's better. It's all nice and shiny. Yeah, all right, I'll wax that. Whoa, there we go. Oh, nice. Wow, that's a perfect fit on both sides. I like it when that happens. This is what a perfect fit looks like. Goes all the way up to the edge of the reed, and this one's the same exact way. It's perfect. So that's cool. That is really nice. Okay, so I can slide this one in place, make sure I have the line there that's matching. Okay, like that. You gotta like it when you push this forward and it just goes right into place, right where you need it. I like it when that happens. Okay, all right. So now we got, of course I can go over there and get some reeds. I can go and get some leathers over there. Clean up quite a bit. How many people like the movie Insidious? I watch that movie a lot. I watched number 1. Insidious chapter 1, 2, and 3. And I even saw number 4 in the theaters. I think number 4 is insane. It's so scary. But when I first watched number 1 for the first time, I almost jumped right out of the chair. Especially when that demon guy like popped out like that. He's just like, whoa. And one of the best songs that they played, it was in Insidious chapter, yeah, it was number 1. The Tiny Tim song, the Tiptoe Through the Tulip song. I thought that was so awesome. And there's actually a ritual you can do at 3 a.m. that's called the musical chair ritual. And if you're in an actual haunted place, it'll work. That ritual will work. And crazy stuff goes down. But even when you're not in a haunted place and you do that at that time, it's still really creepy and the vibes totally change in the place. It's like, but I really like that song because it's so, it's something about that song that's creepy. Just listening to that song. And apparently that song is possessed or something like that. I've never been possessed by listening to it, but there has been things reported of reporting a bunch of like news and online everything reporting people having actual seizures and stuff from just listening to the song. And I thought that was insane, like how a song can do that. But it's not any song. I mean, Tiptoe Through the Tulips by Tiny Tim. I mean, that's a definite haunted song for sure. So, yeah. But I don't know if you've seen Insidious, but that is a crazy movie. You know? And if you haven't seen it, as long as you're not too scared of horror films, you gotta see Insidious if you haven't seen it. And the best time for you to watch it is when it's dark. Absolutely dark, because that's the scariest time. You know? So that's... As long as you like scary movies, that would be one for you to watch. You can see Insidious Chapter 1 and then number 2 and 3. And I'm sure by now you can probably order online, like on Xbox Movies and TV, you could probably order Chapter 4. So you could like rent, you could even rent it. You could rent number 1. Then after you've done that, you can rent number 2, then number 3, and then eventually number 4. Oops, piece of wax made it on the floor. That's all right. That's okay. So now I got this. Actually, I gotta clean. A little bit of a stiff back sitting too long. That's okay. I'm all right. Ooh, got another leather right off the start. This one already been tried to glue, so I don't need to scrape it off. No, get on. There we go. I don't have another. I wonder if I have, what I'm trying to think of. Oh yeah, I do, the Samsung. I gotta, like, if you guys haven't heard the song, Tiptoe Through the Tulips, you gotta listen to that song. That song is creepy. I don't know if I would get, like, okay, shut this off. I'm not copywriting anything, I'm just playing the song, so I'm pretty sure it's not against YouTube rules just to play a song on there, as long as you're not trying to, you know, copy that song or anything like that, or however that works. What I'm gonna do is load up YouTube. Yes, I know I can do that. No, I don't want the app. It's asking me if I want the app, YouTube app. I want to play this song for you guys. Oops. That would have been a mistake. Tiny Tim. You guys gotta hear this freaking song. It's so creepy. Alright. What in the world? Oh, that's a remake. I want to see the original Tiny Tims. Okay, this one is literally 10 hours long, but I'll only play it the first part for you, okay? Listen to this song. That's how creepy this is. Isn't this creepy? This is freaking giving me shivers. This is a freaky song, isn't it? I can't show you the screen on the phone because that would be considered copyright. So I'm just keeping it faced towards me. But if you guys want to see the picture of Tiny Tim and the video, you can go on YouTube and watch the video that way. But I just want to hear this creepy song. This is near the end. And that was that song. Isn't that song freaking creepy? Yeah, this phone's working great. Oh man, that was funny. That creepy song is on Insidious. Ooh. Why isn't it charging again? Wrong way. Why isn't it charging? I had, oh, is it charging now? I don't know what's going on, but when I plug it in, when I plug in my phone, it doesn't say charger connected. Connect charger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to power the device off. I'm going to turn off my Samsung A5 and I'm going to try charging it when it's off because it's not wanting to charge while it's on. So let's see if that's what it is. Is that our issue here? Yep, that's the issue. Now it's charging. It has to be turned off to charge. Can't charge while it's plugged in for some reason. So anyway, let's continue with this accordion. I have to play that song for you guys. I just thought it was, too funny. And creepy. So apparently some people that listen to that song actually have seizures from it and have to be hospitalized. That's crazy. So apparently that song's haunted. And there was even things on the news about it. There was things on social media. There's a lot. So anyway, yeah. I'm pretty sure as long as you don't put the show the video of the of the YouTube channel, like the song, as long as I don't show the picture that what's on the phone and just play it, it'll be fine. But if you show the picture and then make the video and stuff like that, then that can be copyright. But just letting you hear the song isn't copywriting. I'd have to like remake the song and try to create it, and I don't do that stuff. So all right, so this is how clean that is there, and that's how clean it is on the other side. There we go. All right, so I need leathers. Right, I have this one too. Before I get on to this one, I'm gonna finish this guy. So. All right. Nice. All right. So, I wonder if this would be easier to. Oh, yeah. And that's plastic that I'm using there. All right. Yeah, it's charging. That's good. All right, so I'm just getting this next leather in place. Then we'll put this reed in place, and then we'll get on to the next reed. Oh. Let's see here, the line, what is there? Okay, so I'll put that in place. Don't pop apart. It's one corner. I'm gonna take this wax off here, see if that fits any better. Oh, okay, that's pushing. Okay, let's try this again. So what I'm trying to do is put the reed in, and it's giving me a little bit of trouble, but it's okay. Okay, let's try the other way. So this is where the line comes across on the top of the reed, so that's the upper one. So let's So I think this one I'm gonna have to remove the actual wax off the block here. Try to clean it as much as I can so the reed will go into place here nicely. Wax out of there. This one has wax on the side, so unfortunately that wax is going to have to come out. Put that in there. All right. So I'm just trying to line up this. Okay, there we are. So now, some reason, I don't know why, but we got a reed that's not wanting to. Okay, we're gonna run into problems now. Okay. So I need to make absolutely certain that we're putting the right reeds in the right order. So I'm going to check that. So I'm lined up with there. So like this, and this one. It's hard to hear it like that. So this one's next. But this is the right one right here that we're trying to put in, this one here, but it's not sitting flat. So something went wrong here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try taking all this wax that's in here These are kind of problems that lots of accordion repairs run into, is where they get the reeds out and they take them out really carefully, but then when you go to put them back in, they don't sit flat. So you just got to scrape all this wax without damaging the wood and get it all out of there. So we're actually having that exact same issue with this reed that goes here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull all this wax is gonna be shaved out of here, all the wax. We want to get every bit of it out. Okay, so I'm trying to clean all this out. Okay. All right, so that's pretty clean. Just want to make sure the front here has most of that wax out of here. Due to that, this reed set does not want to sit in the way I want it to. The first set were sitting in nicely, but then these two were giving me trouble and not. Okay, so now, most things I have to do is read going across here. I just want to slightly shave that off because we got some shaving off some more wax because there's a lot of wax on here. The only reason I left it on is because I thought it would be easier to set them in place. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this reed again. It still has wax on it. You know what the problem is? I just figured out what our problem is. We need to trim this leather is way too long. When they're too long like that, they need to be trimmed so they can, what's happening is they're touching against the wood and it's stopping it from And don't worry, I'm not gonna get injured. I've worked with these knives before. I'm not gonna cut myself. There's one. I'm gonna trim this leather too, just so it's just right. All right, so now I'm gonna try putting this leather back, or this reed back in where I had it. And we're gonna see if it still doesn't want to. Oh, look at that, beautiful. Wow, that's perfect. It just needs wax. Yeah, that's fitting now. So it sits down, gets a bunch of wax in there, and that seals it. So now it's sitting properly. So then what we want to do is, because we're trying to line these up but not have any issues with honey wax, we want to get our knife here. We want to scrape off as much of this wax as we can off of this reed block, or this, not reed block, sorry, reed cage. The reed block is what they get attached to with the honey wax. I know I'm cutting towards my hand there. I'm being very gentle, very careful to not get hurt. I'm being super careful. And as you can see now, we got that all nice and clean. I'm pretty certain this whole thing okay, got this reed looking really good. All right, so now let's have a look at this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rework the inside of this wood block here a little bit. Because there's some wood in there that wasn't done properly when it was manufactured. So I'm just fixing that up, trying to line up my reed the way I want it to see. Just right. Beautiful. There might be some wood that is just a little bit shaped down, but if I put a very tiny bit of pressure on, it goes nice and flat. So that's going to be perfect. I'm pretty certain if I hold this like this, I can take my mouth, make sure it's lined up like that. So what's happening is it's not making enough noise there because I need to see that? It wasn't making enough noise there because, like before that, because it wasn't pressed down enough. So what the honey wax does is it seals that up so you get full noise. So that's good. We got number one complete. So what we're gonna do right now is I just feel comfortable doing this. So we're gonna clean up all this wax here. Well, matter of fact, I'm gonna use my hand. It'll be a lot easier this time. I have a lot of wax that add to my Tupperware. Okay. So now, I'm going to set my block down over here. The only thing is I want to be really careful with it now because this one reed isn't just, it's just holding. So what I want to do, see how it goes, the one noise and then this a little bit higher. This is our next one. I'm going to see if I can do this. You guys hear that? So I know what exactly our sound's going to be. Okay, so now what I need to do, looks like I already almost shaved this right off, but I didn't. It still needs to be. Okay, so I'm going to bring this back. And don't worry, once again, I'm being very careful. I'm not going to hurt. I'm being very gentle with this knife. As gentle as anyone can ever get with an X-Acto blade. I'm not going to get cut. The only way I'll get cut is if I slipped, and the only way I'm going to slip is if I'm being rough with the knife. And I'm not being rough with the knife at all. So I'm being careful as I can. Getting lots of this wax off of here. And I'm gonna have to trim these leathers, which isn't hard to do. It's not hard to trim leathers. And I'm just gonna move my finger, of course, out of the way. Line that up right about there. Whoop. Gotta stop it from running back and forth like that. There we go. There's one for the trash. And then the next one over here, and I'm getting honey wax on the leather a little bit, which is okay because I'm not really touching the leather too much. Come on, cut through. My goodness, takes a lot of cutting before that gives out. Okay, so I want to make sure that all the been operating these knives for quite a while. I'm not gonna get injured in any way. All right, so that's nice and clean. So this one here in my hand should, now that I have it all clean, nice and easily sit down flat once it's lined up. Yeah, once it has the new wax in there, it'll sit good. We're gonna make sure this reed's gonna work where I have it located. Seems a little crooked. So that's not quite there. So I'm going to move this over just a little bit. So we're getting nothing at all there. There. So it's making sound, but I think it'll still work. It's better than nothing. But I'm finding it very weird how that won't sit flat. I'm gonna get this out of the way. I don't like how it's not sitting flat. So I'm gonna try. If there's any wax in here, I'm gonna try and scrape it out in the front here. That could be preventing the specific reed from doing its performance that it's supposed to do. And don't worry, I'm not running my finger across the blade. I'm just cleaning the sides of the knife when I do that. Okay, this might be a little harder. So when we take off the other reeds off the other blocks, we gotta be really careful because we don't wanna damage the wood in any way. Because what looks to me here is this wood, well, maybe not. That's looking a little bit more promising. Now the other one's sounding, whoop, too far sideways. Trying to move my leather. Leather seems maybe a little. So what's happening here? Why it sounds ill like that? Okay, some of these leathers are just a little wide. So what's happening here is this one leather on this side is hitting up against the inside of the reed block. So I'm gonna cut this a little bit shorter. Don't worry, I'm not cutting my hand. Everything's fine. Just cutting the leather, that's all. Nothing more. Takes a while to cut through the leather. My goodness. Don't want to curl leather. And come on. Just try to, all of a sudden, seem to. This knife will not cut through. I had it working, so now it's not cutting through the leather. So I'm just trying to, there we go, got it. Again, I'm perfectly fine, didn't cut myself, I'm really safe with this. So now it's a lot shorter, as you can see, skinnier. So we'll try that and see if that sounds any better. This metal thing just came off this reed up here. So that's fine. That's fine if that comes off. That just stops the reed from being able to curl. Let's see here. This is that way. So it goes in like that. Okay. Let's get that just right. There you go. That was it. Now it's working proper. All right. So now, what's probably going to happen is the exact same thing for the next few reeds. Okay. Okay, so that's exactly what it is. So this is our next one. Okay, well, let's see if this will work. Okay, and I'm being very careful. I'm not gonna get hurt. Being as careful as possible. All right, so let's set this one in place. Again, leathers once again. So the longer leathers that were too long, you know, just gotta cut them off. Okay, so hopefully this will actually put that nice sound out too. Yeah, the reed's trying to fall into the... This one seems like a pretty small little reed, but that is the right reed for the portion of the block. That's weird. Okay, why is it that one giving trouble like that? It's just sitting there really nice and easily. Shouldn't be trying to... Maybe it's that wax that I'm talking about. there's wax there and it's just stopping it from, well, what we can do is we can wax it crooked like that and it'll work. Because it has such a big hole there, it's kind of why does it have, okay, we're having another problem here. I think it's just the wax, honestly. I just think it's this wax that's getting in the way. It's just not able to. That was a lot of wax. Okay. Okay, nice and slowly so I don't damage the anything. Okay, that should, if it's done right there, this should sit nice and flat. It should not be wrong like that. Was that the only issue, or is it going to still be wonky as possible? Is this even right? That doesn't, this reed seems a little skinny for this spot. I don't know if this is the right. Yeah, that's the right spot for it. Sorry about my language there. I'm just losing. Why is it the, I think there's just not enough. I'm not liking how it's, okay, we're gonna cut this leather again short on this one. Trying to almost there. Why is it stuck so badly on there? Ooh, don't want to bend the leather. Come on, come apart. I'm trying to get this apart as much as I can. Okay, now it should come apart if I go back and forth on it enough times. Just gonna make certain that we got the aftermath of that. There we go. All right, so that's done. We got that. All right, so now we try it. It's gotta be just right. If it's not just right, it just won't work. It's gotta be perfect. Honey wax. So it's working, but just working. So that'll work, that'll do. So that's the thing with this accordion. There's so many parts that were actually damaged where it's not going to get the perfect sound. Some of these are going to be a lot more trustable, and other ones are going to be like a big maybe. Getting those really well lined up, so this I guess I can put off to the side. So now we got another one that needs honey wax, mistake, leathers, but it has honey wax around it. So I'm just taking the wax off. There we go. Yeah, so it's, where's that knife? I'm just gonna do the honor right now of taking the, hold the wax onto the blade there. Don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt myself. I'm being very gentle. I'm not gonna get cut. Just trying to get as much wax as I can off of here. Okay, that's good enough. So now, what I need to do. I'll do one last little scrape here. There. Okay, so now it's all just a blank reed. Okay, so we got some, so we got to remember we do need actual shorter leathers. There's a reason why some of these leathers are shorter, is when you go to put them in. Uh-oh. I need, I don't have scissors over there, do I? I don't. I'll use the table. The table will be okay. Okay. Got some parts like that. I'm going to put the leather sideways because I know this is going to happen when I go to put it in. I'm going to slightly cut the leather. Gotta cut that free like that. Put that over there. I'm gonna check my metal piece to see if it broke off. And it did not, so we're good. Okay, so now we got our leather that needs to be super glued. This will be our bottom leather. So I'm going to stick this on, and I'll stick the other one on the other side. Okay, so this is a reed block that is kind of going to give us a little bit of grief because some of these reeds were damaged, but they still will sound not bad. It'll be good enough, okay? So we'll use this. We're at 2 hours and 71 minutes so far. Let's see, another leather. I like to find leathers that, if I can find one that doesn't, what you can do is you can just, if it has this metal piece, you just, of course, pull it right off. And then, because try to, okay, good enough there. All right, so now, with my fingers, I'm gonna hold this. And don't worry, I'm not gonna get hurt. I'm not gonna get cut in any way. I'm just gonna set this like that. I'm gonna try bringing this way just a little more due to the way the knife is. Okay, now try cutting through it. Okay, to put that over here. No, the bottom ones, the top one didn't need to be that skinny, but I thought it would be a good idea to just, why not keep them just right for those. we're trying to glue it down, and it's not, so far not sticking. So it seeped in there too much. We're gonna have to cut it, so cut the leather short enough. Just right. You know, even if this accordion ends up being a parts accordion, at least I did what I could to try my best. But I have a feeling it's still gonna sound pretty decent and a half after this job. Okay, we have another one here. All right, so we want to well, that's just the way that one is. And if I go like this, it's not, see, that one's fine. So that one's doing a good job. Wow, that actually worked pretty good. So what we'll do when we assemble it, is we're going to try to somehow get the wax in between these, just enough of it melt in. Then we'll seal it right up, and hopefully this will work. I'm really hoping, because this, you know, this whole reed block might be a write-off. So if it is a write-off, then what I'm going to end up doing is just putting tape over this whole thing, and this sound changer just won't work. And then I'll have those other sound registers that will work. Which honestly is okay. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. It'd just be nice if this accordion did something, you know, made some sort of sound that worked. Like, all right, so let me get this all cleaned up and start. See, one mistake that you'll make is you'll be working on one of these things, and then you'll mess the reeds up, and then once you mess the reeds up, well, oops. It makes things just a little difficult to work with here. Okay, so that's just a regular leather. That's what I'm liking. It's a nice soft leather. It's not a hard leather. I like soft leathers. So this one might be okay. This one is our upper one. So this one's gonna be okay the way it is. The underneath one needs to be a little bit skinnier. So I need to just check. Yeah, that's fine. So that one's dealt with. So now this is our underneath one. Okay, so this is where I want to find a little bit of a skinnier one. And even if it's a little bit shorter, it can be a little bit shorter and it'll still work really well. It just has to be able to somewhat cover it a bit, just enough so the reed can breathe, if you know what I mean by that. So I think this will be fine. So we got another one. We're getting very, very close to having this charged up. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to do another test. Really carefully move this because I bumped those and they're going to shift out of place. What I should be doing is putting a bit of wax at each end of them so they don't shift like that. But it's okay, I can readjust them as I go. Lordy. This one's pretty good, pretty well into place. So that's pretty good. That actually sounds amazing. So far, I'll sort of give you an idea here. You can see them right there. That's how far we're at. We just need to get the rest of these in. So, you know what? That's sounding not bad. It's just the reeds that were damaged that sound a little ill. So, we have about 5 more after I put this one on, and that's it. And then we'll be ready to roll. Might as well take all this wax. So when you leave wax on the reed block, yes, it can sort of shift your reeds into place sometimes, but at the same time, it can also cause problems with certain accordions. I have one accordion where I can put all these in place and they all fit nicely. And then there's this one, which is giving me some grief. And I'm trying to But it's nice to take all this wax off because we have so much wax now in this Tupperware that this is good enough to repair the entire accordion, like all the reeds on this right side. So we're not going to go short on wax. We have more than enough here, for sure. More than definitely enough. What are we at here? Almost 3? Oh, past 3 hours. It's 2 hours and 86 minutes. So as you see here, this whole thing right there, that's all wax. And if here, I'll go like this in the corner. See how much we have there. We have a lot of wax. That amount of wax is definitely gonna fix this entire accordion. Just found out that I need to do a little scraping right here on this side because there's still a bit of the leather glue on there. All right, so that's pretty good. Make sure there's no wax on the actual reed, because if they're on the reed, then that's gonna cause that reed to become not working. Or might have one sound one way, no sound the other. Or it'll be muffled sound. And that's not good. We don't want that. We want full sound, not muffled. Okay. Okay, so we're getting really close. We have 5 more once I get this one glued up. And then we got all these. That one will do. Sometimes it's not very good to have too hard of leathers, because if you have too hard of leathers, the accordion can't breathe correctly and, well, your sound won't sound very good. Whoa, that's a lot of... This super glue is so powerful, that check this out. It's so powerful that it's melting the tip of the glue. The super glue tip is melting. That's actually a plastic melting. That's how powerful that stuff is. That's insane. So, yeah, that's how good that stuff is. It's actually literally melting the plastic in the tube. Okay, so I need this guy. Okay. This, nope, I'm gonna have to cut that one a little skinnier. There we go. See, I got it skinnier, made a little, there one, okay, next side. This side, it can have a little bit of a wider leather. Oh, well, you know, I grabbed an identical one. That's exactly the same as the leather I grabbed for the other side. All right. Whoa, that's a lot of super glue. Another long leather. Oop. I'm gonna have to cut that. So what I might do, you guys, is I'll just show you this reed block, fixing it. Here's how it's gonna work, because it's gonna take so darn long. It's gonna be easier doing the rest of the accordion off camera. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna repair this one block, okay? I'm gonna seal all the wax on there, and then I'm going to do the rest of them off camera because it's just going to take way too long, and it's a lot faster and easier for me to do it off camera. And then I'll do some, because this is going to take a long time. Okay, here's our next one. Put that over just a little bit more. So that's better. So it's doing its thing. So it's gonna work. Keep those lined up as much as I can. All right, so, we got another one. Now we have 4 more after this. And then I'm gonna do the rest off camera, but when I come back on camera, which will probably be later tonight. And what I mean by that is, when I come back on later tonight, I'm gonna do the iPhone repair. But by then I'll show you guys how it came, what I did and how good it looks on the other reed blocks. And where did that go? Flying wax. Because it's just gonna take way too long doing this on camera. Because what's gonna happen is this took a very long time, and that's just one of these sides of the accordion. The other reed blocks have both sides, so a lot more to do. So, yeah. Who knows? I might pick up the camera again and start working on the part 3 on the reeds, because this is supposed to be the full works kind of a video. So I'll probably just take a real long break, have something to eat, and then make a part 3. That's probably what I'll end up doing, because I have not had dinner yet. So I need to do that. So I'll probably do that. Then after that, I'll make a part 3. It's not the prettiest looking leather, but it'll work. I mean, it'll work though. It'll do its job. Oh, yeah, see, if I bend it, it stays in, yeah, no, that's wore out. Okay. That one's too short. I want to find just the right one. Ah, there we go. One of those. Okay. And I have to get up and move around too because my back's starting to stiff up, and that's not good when that happens. So I'll have to move around just a little bit, and then there. So we're doing good so far. I got this coming along. I'm just getting the rest of the I'm just gonna grab that, grab our blade. I'm gonna cut off the, there we go, that over there. Other side. Yep, that'll do. Okay. So we're getting there. Yeah. So it's all good. So I'm doing a lot of gluing here. So I'm gluing these in place, making sure they're, and then I'll nicely in place, and then I'll cut the leather off at the right length. We got 4 more to go, and then I can end this video, have dinner, make a part 3, and it's probably gonna take till the morning to get, I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Just this side has taken this lot, the amount like this video is, just one side has taken that, and it's still not finished. This one has, let's see, put it this way. It has that many on the side. Then if I flip it over, it has that many on that side. So it has a lot more reeds. So then reed block number 3 has that many reeds on that side and that many reeds on this side. Okay, so we got lots and lots and lots of reeds on these blocks, and every block here that you just saw, those reeds and the insides don't have leathers whatsoever, so they need leathers. So it's gonna be maybe just as long as this, and this video is already 3 hours long. So there we go, put that over there. That's looking pretty good. This one here has to be trimmed. Unfortunately for me, I have to trim all the darn leathers have to, there we go. So now I just trimmed it. As you can see, it's now trimmed. This is so when it goes in, it doesn't bump up against any of the interior, and the leather takes full effect and does its job. So now I'm gonna do another sound test on it. That one sat in there nice and easily. So that sounds pretty darn good. So, we got 4 more to do. And then the other 3 of them are starting to get to a little bit like shorter reeds. So, but what I will be doing with those 2 blocks is the outer reeds, I'll be gluing them right away, new ones on. So then I don't have to do that once the reeds are off the blocks. And I just have to glue one side with the reeds. And then just place them back onto the so I hope this accordion sounds pretty good, because I'm taking a lot of hours on end just to repair this one accordion and get it up and running once again, you guys. So I'm hoping so part 3 will be with the second reed block, and then part 4 will be with the last reed block, doing the final drop. So yeah. But honestly, I have to look at the time here, because I'm seeing, yeah, it's already past 9 o'clock. So right now, it'd be just past 8 o'clock if on my stove it's an hour fast, an hour and so fast, so it's just about to hit 9 o'clock in my time. So in my area, so I can't really make too much loud noise, and by the time I'm done all this, it'll probably be like 12 or 1 o'clock. So, ooh, we gotta, we're almost there. We got 3 more after I'm done with this guy. Okay, so this is our upper one. So, we'll take this guy. It looks like this one is a little bit shorter of a reed too. Am I right? Yep. And that one is actually perfect. Nice. So this is the one we're using. It's pretty short and it's perfect actually. The length is actually just right. So I might just do this one reed block and then, you know, take the night off, the rest of the night off. But I'm gonna decide a little bit later because it's kind of nice. Once you get going at doing something, you kind of don't want to stop. So we'll see how it goes here. We'll see how it goes. Um, just trying to get this glued. Oh, and also shout out to Stromedy. I really enjoy your films, my friend. So shout out to you. Your videos are great. Really like your channel. Shout out to Gesture. I enjoy all your videos too. Shout out to Hype Mike. I really enjoy your videos. Also shout out to Graphnix. I really enjoy your videos too, buddy. So, yeah. Hope you guys watch my videos. And yeah, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. If you like the video, hit the thumbs up down below. Also turn on notifications, which is the bell down below there. And you get my new upcoming videos I'm posting. So yeah. So this one's a little bit longer, but that won't be a problem because I can easily take my X-Acto blade and just cut that shorter. Almost ready to test another one out. And we got 3 more, and then I'm gonna start doing the gluing, which is what the with the iron. So for these reeds of how they're not spaced out quite enough, I can get wax in there. I could probably get the iron just enough, and we'll get the job very well done. There we go. All right, so let's do another sound test. Okay, so that's the right side. So you want to have it right about there. bit. See how I shifted a little bit? Now it's working perfectly. So there's that one. And that's what we're at now. Almost there. Yeah, this takes a long time rebuilding an accordion that needed a lot of help along the way. So yeah, so after this one, then I have 2 more to do, and then we'll do the gluing. Okay. And I'll just take this, peel away the also a shout out to Allie. Great videos, man. And I saw lots of videos with you and Mo Sargey, and I think those are awesome videos. You know, you guys are cool. Guys, keep up, all you guys keep up the good videos. Never quit. Hopefully one of these times I get to see you guys in the live chat here, in the stream, live streaming. Okay, so we can get that all cleaned up. Put some wax there, right on the reed block, so we want to get that cleaned up. Good for that side there. All right, so now it is time I'm really hoping this sounds pretty good. I'm sure it will. Got a few of those leathers that were meant to be thrown away. Okay. All right, so we're good. We're good. We are all good. I can't really see that very well. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, it's all good. Okay, so I'm gonna have to trim this one. Okay, so I'm just trying to get these, and then I'll show you what it looks like after they're all together. Okay, so now I need to get my X-Acto blade again and trim this one. Don't worry, I'm not gonna get hurt. There we go. So as you can see, I trimmed that one nicely. So now our other side needs a leather. So I'm gonna actually keep this over here. I want to look for certain leathers at a time. How about this guy? Yeah, I'll pass on that one, but that one's too long. Okay, I'm sure I can find the right one. Right here. I'm just gonna. It's a little long, but it'll work. I also have to do is trim it. That's all I have to do. So, hope you guys are enjoying the video. Hope you guys are having a good day. We're so far at 3 hours and 17 minutes. I can tell by like on the live stream time. So it's, okay, so it's time to trim this. And then we can put this one in and test this one. I want to see what this one sounds like. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to trim this bottom one too. Unfortunately, we have to actually trim it. Okay, there we go. So now, there we go. Okay, so that's good. So as you can see, we have a trimmed one and then the full size one. So now we're going to do a sound test again. Okay. Whoop. Keep bumping this thing right here. Okay, so put that in place nicely. Make sure it's right in the perfect position. Ooh, yeah, that's not in the right position at all. I don't know why it sounds like that. So the outer one sounds fine, but the inner one doesn't. So something's wrong with this guy right here. So what I do is I just bend him up a little bit. Then I gotta adjust it. my little guy right here. That's tough luck. There we go. When it gets stuck like that. Still not. It's not a very happy camper. So it's starting to, that's very, very powerful super glue. See, the super glue fumes are still coming up, and every time I breathe like that, let's try covering this up here. So you can hear it, it's trying, but it's just not working. So it's coming back slowly, you guys. Come on. Oop. There's one reed that just sort of knocked a little bit loose, but that's okay. That's what readjusting is for. So this is where, now that we got no sound at all, we can readjust our guy here. Get that. See, there I got it. I eventually got it. So we're good there. It'll sound better once it it'll sound better once it's glued into place. Yeah. So now we only have 2 more to go. I guess I shouldn't use so much super glue, because you can smell it and you can feel a little bit of burning sensation in the mouth. It's just from the fumes though. There's still like so much fumes. Do my old school way of getting that done. So now I'm just gonna clean this one up right here. Okay, so now what I need is some, so yeah, you can readjust these and then it'll be really good. Okay, get this one glued. What I want to do is just line this up. Just like that. Make sure she's all perfect. Okay. Gotta make sure everything's all good. How long are we so far? Oh, we're doing good. All right. Okay, so now okay, so I'm gonna finish with this one and then we'll get the last reed done and start doing some honey waxing. Get everything perfect. Okay, here we are. Oh, we gotta, I just remembered the one side, the bottom side there needs to be trimmed. For all of the ones that are, you're not supposed to have to trim them, but because these are different kind of leathers and they weren't the original ones from this accordion, they're gonna have to be trimmed because of that. Okay, how's that? There we go. Excellent. So now this one doesn't seem to be on there too perfect. So what we're gonna do is re-peel it off gently. We're gonna re-apply some super glue because it's seeped through too quickly. And with this kind of liquid super glue, it makes your fingers get fairly warm. Instead of, you know, like it's weird. Your fingers will heat up if it gets on your fingers, and then, you know, it's weird how the super glue works. Here, I'm gonna hold that for a few, just to make sure that it's on there. And what I'm doing is I'm holding on the reed block right here like that. And I'm just, yeah, it's on there good now. Okay, so now, another sound test. And then we got our last one to do. Now hopefully this sounds better than it did before. Because it sounded pretty awful before I did this job. It sounded hideous. That's the proper word of putting it. I'll just move it sideways just a little bit. Seems a little hard to yeah, that'll work. Yeah, it's working good. So now we're down to our last reed. See that? Doing this work right here. Oop, gotta line that up again. And it's okay if I have to line it up. Little piece of wax in my mouth. It's okay though. Doesn't harm nothing. It's only wax. Just making sure they're all nice. They look all pretty good. I'm just gonna get rid of this wax here. We have plenty wax. And what you're gonna see on camera is me liquefy the liquefy the honey wax. And you're gonna see how accordion is properly fixed. There. So now I can go like that, and I can okay. Okay, so now we got a reed that's clean. It just needs leathers again. So let's find some leathers. Okay. Okay, so I got some super glue on there. So I'm gonna, this is liquid super glue, not that stuff that, the gel stuff that causes real issues with reeds. With that gel stuff, if it dries on the reeds, you're gonna have a heck of a mess. Like, that reed's not gonna work. And lifting it up is hard to do without breaking it. So liquid super glue, it's not as bad because it just turns to like a crust in it, a very fine crust, and it's easy to pop it off. There, I just gotta crack my fingers just a little bit. So just like I said, just lift it up a little bit where you need it. And now it'll be dry. So as you can see, it lifts up here. What you want to do is hold that, lift it up to there, and just like that, this will lift up properly without a problem. And I need to get my knife, and I need to trim the leather. Okay, I need to put that over there. And I need to check it. Yep, that's fine. That one's good. So is this the side, that's the upper side, so it'll be the bottom. Yeah, so if it gets a little bit of super glue on the leather, it's okay. It's easy to, get everything back up to its working condition. So I just carefully do that. Give it a few brushes with my finger. This is really melting, that's amazing. Okay, so I'm just making sure that this reed actually has the treatment that it should have with this stuff. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cap every end of these reeds and then cap all the fronts, and then I'm gonna go from there on, then capping the sides, making sure they're all sealed correctly. So now I need to trim it. Okay, and it is time. So that looks good. So let's do one last little test to make sure that this is lifting up correctly, which it is. Oh, I bumped that guy. Actually, that still looks pretty good, like it's in proper order. Ooh, I like that. That fit in so nicely. I wish all of them did that. I'm not liking what this one right here is doing, how it's flat one way and then So it's our, I'm afraid to say it, I'm gonna try moving it a little bit. I can make this better. I can make that one read a little bit better. So we're gonna take it up, pull it up, get it out. So it's this side that's acting up. So we'll pull this back just a little bit. And this is the one that's acting up right here. So what I want to do is I want to get my file underneath, and I want to pull up on the reed a little bit. And then what I'm doing is I'm trying to adjust this little metal reed to the right adjustment, and from there everything should fall into place nicely. Well, it's gonna work. I did what I could. So this reed block will work once again. It'll sound way better from what it did before. Then I got my final 2 reed blocks to go through. And I'm pretty sure that that'll be in a net. If I do it on video, it's gonna be on a different part, not this part of the video. This comes off nice and easily. Yeah, that's peeling off real nicely and easily. The super glue that got on my fingers, it peels off real easily. All right, time for some fun. So I need to go underneath here. I need to come up here. I need to get that out of the way. Okay. So what I need to do right now as we're speaking, need to seal this wax piece here. So that's gonna what I'm doing is I'm sealing the reeds that have some wax. I'm just putting some sealant. Just so they don't move on me as I'm trying to like this one here. That one's gonna move on me as I'm trying to do stuff. So guys, I'm now getting my wax and starting to put sure it won't move around now. There, that one's sealed. This one keeps moving around on me. that all? Nope, not yet. Okay. Yeah, that one's not gonna. If you make a little bit of a mess, don't worry about it. It's clean upable. If you're doing a repair job and it gets a little messy, it can be cleaned. So I'm just trying to put the exact amount of wax on the ends, and then I'll patch the front just enough to where I can start working with these, because some of these are, you know, not so I'm really hoping when I blow through it, they're gonna blow and make nice sound, and they're not gonna, it's not gonna have any messed up reeds. Okay, so that should be nice. Yep, they're in there good. Okay, so we got some more reeds that are gonna need to be seated. Oh, come on, back up there. So it's really nice to get most of them seated so they cannot fall off, because I'm gonna have to tip it perfectly upright and then start gluing from the side like that. And right now, if I tip it upwards like that, they're gonna just fall out. And we don't want that. That will not turn out very good if that happens. Okay, so I'm just looking at these to see who all needs to be sealed. Okay, so get some more wax and so it takes a while to get everything back into place. I think the easiest thing to do with those other reed blocks is remove one of them, do the repair, put it back, glue it into place, and just keep going like that till they're all done. So, I mean, already the way I've been gluing them like this, they may not need to be recapped or re-glued because I put so much glue already on them. Trying to get okay, so there's that one. And then we'll start with the we really need to make certain that so I'm just getting that all ready. Whoop. Okay. So now so once it's sticky, okay, so that one's pretty good. Our next one, okay, okay, so we'll let that seal. And they'll just have to dry to do that. Takes a lot of work to get this perfect, but it doesn't really have to be perfect for me to be able to get it to where it can be used. Okay. Okay, that'll be okay once it dries. Okay, so that one's pretty well sealed. Once honey wax is on there with the right amount of resin, it really seals up solid. Like it, you know, it's hard to. Okay. So this is being put on with actual honey wax, real honey wax, not that artificial stuff that some accordion manufacturers will use. But this is real wax, actual wax, so it doesn't take much to seal that nice and solid. This has the perfect mixture in it of wax and resin. So okay, so I don't think those ones are coming apart. I think they're in there nice and solid. Matter of fact, I know they are. They're not coming apart. So now I have my next set to do. So I gotta make certain that our reeds are one thing we don't want to do with some of these reeds of how close they are together is get too much. You don't want to get wax on the this one right here. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to seal up this accordion. However, these reeds are very, very, very close together. Um, so, got a lot of wax on my fingers here. So, the scary part is, got a bunch of wax on my hand here. That's not the scary part though. The scary part is getting the wax in and putting it in the exact right spot without gluing the reed. This is the hard part for these ones. Those ones that are on there now, they're not going to be that hard because they're spaced apart right. These ones, they're put to where they can be. Okay, well, I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try. Oh, right away, I want to hit that leather. So all I do is I just pull the leather up like that. What we need, it's something we have to do, is seal up in between each of these in between each of those reeds. So it has to be done. Try not to get it on the actual reed itself. And then what I can do is I can lift up the actual leather. I can take my now it'll as long as that stays apart for a little while, it'll I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this like a pen, and I'm just gonna carefully, as I can, I'm gonna hold this like that. I'm gonna scrape away the wax a bit, remelt it. So that portion of the accordion is all sealed up nicely. The problem is, what I kind of need to do is when I'm soldering, or when I'm putting the wax on, I need to put this file in the way so the wax can't spill into touching the actual leather beside it. Because if it gets on that leather sticks to the block, and then the accordion just won't make sound when it makes that noise for that leather. So this should be fun, trying to glue I think what I should be doing is holding this leather or this glue, and this glue is the honey wax, so careful the whole way. And when you get near the top, that portion of the leather isn't going to be that going back and forth. But what you do want to do is just make absolutely certain that this really nasty wax, this stuff that can really wreck reeds, does not in any way touch the actual reed itself. And if it does, well then you gotta go back. The best thing to do is just to go around and just get rid of some of the wax that is loose from removing it away from the So now we're safe from that side. We got a few sides to do, so I'm just gonna make sure that our leather here is gonna be okay. So now our leather will definitely work. So that'll flop back and forth for sure. They should be spaced out a little farther, I think. At least to what I'm thinking of, they should not be that close together. But you know what? Things happen. So I think we're more than glued enough for this accordion reed here to stay working. So slight issue, this leather is too close to the edge, but we're gonna still make that work. So I'm just trying to seal together all the bits of wax that are gonna hold these reeds into the block from falling out. So in this case, they're just gonna stay in place as I'm trying to hold them. Even a very small amount of wax can work. Okay. So I'm just going to continue doing this, and I really hope this was worth my time working on this reed block, because this has already been 3 hours and 73 minutes that I've been doing this work on this accordion. So and that's on this one set of reeds here. Just this one set has taken that long. So hopefully, I really do hope that I'm going to put it together and have an actual operational accordion. So let's test this one again. Yeah, that one will probably, hopefully that one's okay and not too tough or too strong of a reed, or that's too strong of a leather. If it's too strong of a leather, I'll have to replace. Almost there for gluing the back portion of the reeds. I'm really hoping I'm not going to end up with having to replace a bunch of stuff. Anyway, so we're almost getting closer and closer, you guys, to being to the point where I can blow through the reeds and see if they really leak or if they actually have a very nice sound. So these reeds are definitely too close together, but I'm certain I can do something with them. Okay, so I'm going to try my best to get these as good as I can possibly get them. This might be a write-off for this reed block, but I really hope that's not true because I just put all that work into it. Can't seem to get those to melt. There's wax in between, but I can't seem to get that wax to melt. So what I do is I melt over top that wax, and it works. Okay. Trying to line this up enough. Trying to get on the reed, are ya? See, it's trying, but I caught it in time. So I'm gonna put my So then if you have problems in any way, you can take this other little tweezers. You can scrape the stuff that's too close to the reed. And just scrape it away. And when you're working on a reed like this, don't give up right away. If something like this happens, continue giving it some work, you know. You shouldn't have to give up that simple, like, you know, just because it got a little bit gummed up. You know, still give it a whirl. Still try to, you know, clean up the mess that happened and continue on your work, because you never know when it might just still sound pretty darn good, even with the way it ended up. So yeah, that might still definitely turn out for sure. So now, we still need to keep going at it, but we want to find definitely with the other reeds there, I'm going to be spacing them out pretty good so that this doesn't happen with the other reeds. And try to find some extra. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to take your solder iron straight up and try to cover that. And you want to try your best on keeping that wax as much as you possibly can away from those reeds. Because if they get right on the reeds, then you're in trouble. you get pretty good at the one spot, then you just take your iron again, reliquefy it a bit. And then you just redo it like that. And we're getting there, but it's gonna take a while just to do this. Um, um, Then you have a look in there and you go, okay, well, we still need a very small amount. On the side there. And then you just get that covered. And then what you want to do is hold the iron. And you want to take this thing here, or nail clippers, and you want to scrape away any kind of excess honey wax that may have gotten on the reed block itself. That'll make the leather beside it stick. So now this one on the one side is definitely done. Yeah, so this is going to be the pain that I'm going to have to deal with, is trying to, some of them are going to just go right through and it's going to be fine. I'm just looking at it now, and yeah, it's gonna need some more. That's the thing about having an iron bit like this. You need one that's a little sharper and a little longer of a point, because it's kind of hard to So what you want to do is take your little tool here and you want to give it a little bit of wax, but not too much at once. And you want to So now that's sealed on the whole side. If you use the use this little nail file, you can actually get it pretty well, really well, perfectly in place. We're gonna need some wax. The best thing though to do is just to use these little wax tweezers, and it'll be able to pick up the wax nice and easily. And So then if I use these tweezers and pick up this wax, I'm most likely able to definitely melt my wax where I need it to seal up the instrument. And then pick that up again with the tweezers. Hear like the sizzling. So yeah, it's like what they do to seal up Dybbuk boxes. This is that same idea. They just take maybe not a solder iron, but they take like a torch and some candle wax or honey wax, and they just seal the heck out of the box. After it goes through all that, after all the so let's get a little bit more wax. We don't need a whole heck of a lot. We just need enough to seal up the corner. So then if it melts, we can still pick it up. Okay, so there we go. So we got this one here done. So let's see what else needs to be done here. This one needs to be melted. So I believe I just sealed this one. That's just sealed on there. So that one's okay. This one's gonna need some wax. So then what you can do is you can you just pick up that little bit and go like that. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to get as much wax on without destroying my we got a kitty outside, like kitty outside hissing at a dog. It's kind of funny. Okay, so that one's pretty good. Let's see, let me get that to seal up. Okay, I'm just trying to get all this in place perfectly. So, whoop. Try to line all that up. Try not to mess the thing up. Try to be as careful as you can to line all that up. And then you want to, as best as you can, get everything all clean. So yeah, and then you just want to, so that's pretty good. Okay, we got some more wax that we got to put in. When I have to do the outer reeds, I'm not going to put the leathers on until last. So I'll put the inner ones in, but I won't put the outer ones on until I'm done waxing, putting the wax on, just to be very certain that it doesn't Now you really do need to seal the tops of these up, or else the air can make it through here and it won't sound very well. Won't sound very good at all. It doesn't have to be a whole heck of a lot of wax that you use. Might be able to even get some wax in there. Okay, so that one looks like it's all good and on there. Just put a little bit of wax up here. The thing is here. Sometimes you can get them so perfect that you don't have to put that extra wax. Oh, come on. You don't have to put that extra wax in place. use the, if you do get wax on the reed, there's one easy way to fix it. You just take your one little pair of tweezers, you just shape down the wax so it's not on the reed or not near the reed. Okay, and then you just check out that reed. Still working, so we're good there. Some more wax, which is on the tweezers. And just like that, that one's sealed. And this one, you'll be able to seal it in a few spots, but I'm gonna have to seal the accordion's reed here a little bit. Better than what I was doing there. Okay. Now, it may not look like a whole lot of wax that's going on there, but this kind of wax that I'm using is so powerful that even just a tiny little bit of it is enough to seal it right up, nice and solid. Feel like it's solid glue. Okay, so now I'm looking at it. We're gonna have to liquefy the side here. And so we want to make sure the edge ones are all sealed up. Now it's these other reeds turns to get sealed together. Okay, so we're almost there where we can start like testing the reeds out. We're not quite there, but we're getting closer to that. You want to get a lot of wax put on the front of this so it can so the front of the reeds will not come apart. So I have a very nice feeling this is going to sound pretty good, so I'm just going to continue putting it together. Doing good. We're doing pretty darn good. I want to touch this against the other melted stuff because it'll stay in place pretty well. And we're almost there. One last little piece and then I can start, then I can start, everything's good by the way. I just accidentally slipped with my iron and almost touched the reed. with a honey waxed iron, but everything's all good. Okay, so I got that all nicely waxed, both sides there. This side I'll just trying to liquefy that side, and I'm gonna seal up this other side. Just sealing all that up. So that's all sealed there. So we'll see what this sounds like. But one thing's for sure, I'm making sure all of these ones here are spaced out the way they are now, the proper way. Coming apart. So now what we need is a finer. After a while your hands will get tired holding the tweezer like this. See how it's just, I'm just hold it like that. You want to absolutely 100% make certain that it's really well sealed up. And right now, I'll tell you one thing, it's not really well sealed up in this one spot, so I'm gonna have to put a bit of, if I can get a hold of some wax, I'm gonna have to really well yeah, I got that one sealed up pretty nicely. So what you want to do is you want to hold this. Try to avoid getting this wax on the actual reed. If it gets on the leather, that's not the end of the world, but if it gets on the reed, it's still not the end of the world, but it's still not a good thing. You want to try, if you can, to avoid getting it on the reed. So then what you can do if it got on the leather, you just pull off as much wax as you can. you just lift up the leather right after you do that, and it'll loosen up everything a bit. And then you can just take your iron and heat up your just like that, and now it'll work again. So what I'm trying to do right here is I'm trying to get rid of this wax that's all over the I have to hold the iron with my other hand so I can do a firm scrape on the reed here so I can eliminate that. There we go. And then what we can do is just try our best to eliminate this wax that's actually quite close to this reed, because we don't want that getting on directly on the actual I'm just looking at our assembly here, and we need just a tiny, tiny bit more. Not too much, but a tiny little bit right there. Okay, so now that shall be good. So that one's glued. Yeah, some of these are really, really, really close together, and that's gonna be where the problems are gonna occur. The closer together they are, the easier you can get this leather, the easier you can get the wax. There's a lot of wax there is needed for this upper portion of the reed. That's a definite. Okay, so there's the upper portion, because we're gonna have to seal this pretty well, because if we don't, then we're gonna run into some problems. I don't want too much wax at a time. I just want just the right one. If I can get just the right one, I can get it done. But if I don't get the right one, So right away, as soon as I see that wax getting ready to go on the reed itself, I'm gonna stop it from happening and, well, I'm gonna apply it in between the crack that I need it to go in. Um, so I'm just using this as a soldering pen. So I think that's pretty good. So that's the skinniest one that I'm seeing on this block. Um, so I'm really trying, you guys. To okay. Okay. So now what I need to do is just scrape that off of the block, get some new wax. A new thing of wax there. Um, okay, we're getting closer and closer. The easiest part is going to be the front, waxing the front pieces. I got one little repair that I need to do. Won't be that hard. One little mistake, easy fix. So now what we need to do, just scrape that off like that. We need to see if this little guy, we need to see if he still croaks, still makes sound when twanged. If I can get him to pop up here. Like that. And then take this knife and just make certain we have most of that away. So that worked. It's mostly clean, almost clean right up. So it's twanging. So it's definitely twanging and doing all its job. So we'll be okay with that one. I'm just looking at it here. So we still need actual, I had to do a little bit of a pause right there because of that little incident with the reed. So it's probably happening with these reeds. It's probably just, oh, there we go. Got that all, get that all cleaned up again. This is of course going to be all as is because I'm doing the best I can. I think that's on there pretty darn good. So we got one here, one there, and then all the way up to this tiny skinny one here, which is probably going to run into being a problem, so really you're not going to do the right thing. Come on. Okay, well, we're going to have to give it a fairly big dosage of wax right there. The first little bit, so that holds down. And do I ever not like how close together these reeds are? They're just a little close together, I think. They shouldn't be that close together, but that's the way this reed block is acting, so what I need to do right away before it happens, and clean all this wax out of here, away from the reed. You don't want to get that wax directly on the okay. Okay, so I got the one little bit. This is a lot of work, you guys. Oh, this is a bit of work. Especially when the reeds are too close together. Okay, so just a reed coming off the table there. There's still honey wax on the back side of the reed. So that shall work. Gotta clean this up. Just gonna have a look at this leather. Make sure the leather's up and running. Okay. That's what I meant. It's already looking like it's almost 12. It's like 11 something now. This takes a long time. Hopefully this paid off, because that's a lot of hours to do on repairing something and then having it fail. I'm gonna have to put some good amount of honey wax in there. Make sure that that's sealed. Okay. So okay. So we need to really get a lot of wax inside there. Okay. I'm really trying to not mess up the job here, because what we want is the reeds to work, but we don't want them to fall off the block as it's getting played. So So now I got them pretty good, but still a gap, like a hole gap in this one area, so I'm going to try. There we go, patch that up. And we're going to try to recover. I'm going to recover the wax here. I'm going to take that off. And now I'm going to try to see what am I dealing with now. So what do we got here? Okay, so we got another wide one here. Okay, we got a lot of work to do, you guys. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to cover most of these okay, so now okay, so I got a little bit of cleaning to do there. We're just trying to make certain that our reeds here are not gonna get all stickiness. Try to pretty certain we're gonna have some pretty nice sounding reeds after this. Okay. getting closer on this one. We got quite a few to go by. This is gonna be a real long freaking video, but that's fine by me. So now, just want to continue working hard on making certain that okay. So you want to what I'm trying to do here is keep the wax okay. So we're starting to get there. Boy, this is a lot of work. Like so much work that's, you know, okay, so finally got that one. So make sure it's patched correctly. Okay, so that looks good. So we got another one that's skinnier. Oops, dropped the tweezers again. Oop. There we go. You're gonna see me again. Right there. Trying to get all this wax All right. Whew, this is tiring. I really hope this is worth it. Really hoping. Okay. Need a little bit more to patch that area. Then I gotta. So now what we need to do is this one. This one reed is gonna start sticking. If it goes to play due to this bit of, yeah, no, it'll still stick probably. I'm still looking at this leather, you guys. Try to clean it up. Okay, that looks better. It's not gonna get stuck anymore. That one is complete to that point. Now I just need to clean up some wax here. And okay, whoop, where'd that drop? It dropped somewhere. Not on any of the things, so it'll probably drop back into the back inside the So that looks good. That one. So now I got that. Wow, this is almost 5 hours long, this film. It's a long one, you guys. So it's gonna be a definite okay, so we're gonna get this done today. And then that's gonna be it. I'm not gonna work on any more reads for today till later on. So okay, so we're almost there. Slowly getting this done. Just takes time, a lot of it. But after all this work, I'm very certain that we're gonna have a nice sounding reed block with a bunch of reeds. The reeds are gonna sound very good. I'm hoping, I'm really hoping, for all this work I just put into this accordion. I'm hoping what I got afterwards is a real nice sounding instrument. Okay, so now, this can work really well. All you do is just all I have to do is just grab some more wax. And melt that. And then just scratch off this wax off the reed block here, or the reed that's around the reed, just a little bit. And there's that reed all done. Okay, so we got another couple sides, and then we can start on the fronts. Get that done, and hopefully this is enough wax that was able to seal these nice and good for this set of reeds. So now I'm just gonna melt the heck out of that till it fills in the gap for a start. Okay, it's definitely a start. Okay. Definitely a project and a half. Okay, so I'm just in the wax in place here as much as I can, trying to get this wax away from the reed block knot on it, or the wax away from the reed itself. So now oh my goodness. I just want to clean that up a bit. I'm just trying to get all this wax all shined up as good as possible. So we'll just see if that sticks real badly. As soon as the air hits it from the accordion, it'll open that up. What I'll do is I'll just scrape it a little bit more to get that off a bit more. Yeah, it'll so I'll try to clean that up. Okay, so that'll be fine now. Okay. as we can, so at least this will do its just clean that up a little bit. Yeah, it'll play. It'll work. We just want to be, right now, you guys, as careful as possible not to screw up our reeds more than they are. Okay. This is probably going to be the worst job I've ever done because I'm tried my best to do a good job on this set, but they're not spaced enough to get the wax right in there and get them filled up just enough to patch them so they can't. So usually I can do a really nice job, but this one's being tough. Might just be this set of reeds too that is being tough with me. Okay, so now just looking, this one still needs a little bit. Okay, so we're almost. Oh boy. This should be fun. So that looks pretty good. Okay, so now so it doesn't stick too bad. I have that cleaned up there. So I got that one pretty good. I do want to get a little bit better. I got a little tiny little piece right here. That's very odd. I just Okay, there, I got it. All right, so now I'm looking at these and they're all patched. Okay, the moment of truth is the fun part. We got to seal the front caps, and then after that I can actually I can use bigger pieces now. So I will put one here. I really hope this is gonna work. I'm certain it will, but just in case, you know. You wanna. Okay. So we're getting there slowly. With the okay, so we're gonna continue. Okay, so we need to grab some of these, put them up here. I'm just trying to melt the wax as good as I can right now. I'm just gonna get it all over there, and then I'm gonna do this other set, and then that'll be it. And then I'll test to make sure they actually okay, so hoping that when I go to test them, that I don't run into too many problems. Pretty sure I won't run into too many because I did a pretty good job. Okay, so that's pretty good for those. Now I gotta do on the next, get all the next ones ready. Okay, so we're getting our beat. It's taking time, but we're getting it done. Here we're getting there. We're getting closer and closer every one that I get done to seeing what this thing's gonna sound like. But it's actually using quite a bit of wax, amazingly. Okay. Really hope I don't have to kill wax like this on overkill the wax on the accordion's reeds on the other ones, other reed blocks. We're very close, you guys. Okay, so that's it. So we got her. So it's time to try blowing through this, and hopefully that's all work I'd done on that. So what I do is I take my brush and I just make sure that there's no loose wax on the reeds. If there is, scrape it off as much as you can. You just want to make sure that those are clean. One last brush. Okay, there we go. So now we got this reed that looks like this, reed block. All the reeds are in place. They're all real heavy duty on. So one thing to do now, let's hope this works. So this one is a little stuck. So all we do for that, to fix that, is this. So that's this one, that's giving that little bit of a sound. So what we do then, if it continues doing that, is go in here, so it's so we got another stuck one. So it's the wax there that's causing it to get stuck. So what we need to do is pretty easy. Get rid of the wax. That's causing her to get stuck. So it's almost working. So that's this one here that's getting slightly stuck right here. So just going like that, give it a bit of a push, come back out there, and then just give it a bit of a cut like that, and then just make sure that this wax isn't in the way. So we got another stuck one. So I just go like this, and grab this guy. So we're having another stuck one. So I need this again. So now you just try to that's really not doing good. That one's really stuck. Hopefully this will work. So you can hear that that one's starting to come back to life. So then there's this one that's slightly stuck. There we go. You can hear that one's not happy. Okay. So it's getting better. So what we need to do is just lift that up a little bit. Yeah, it's not doing good, guys. So now it's really not making any sound. Doesn't want to spring back. So it's gonna work. It's not gonna sound great, but it's not gonna sound the worst. That's, I guess, what happens when it gets a little too much wax on there. You can see how wax got through the whole thing. They're way too close together, but it will do the trick. So we got one complete. The other two need to be properly done, so where they're not stuck together. That'll be the end of this video. You guys have a good one.